Professor Jamani Makulele, and we would also like to introduce the Deputy Dean, Research and Postgraduate Studies, Professor A.K. Jamadi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it's now our duty to welcome our Dean, who will be able to introduce the members of the school, and also other deans present and to make his remarks, and also invite his co-dean from University of Ghana. So welcome, Professor Chibwe. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite our executive dean of School of Business at the University of Ghana to join me. So my name is Professor Chibwe. I'm the Dean of School of Business and Economics. I'm an associate professor of finance from the university. But first, before I make my remarks, I'd like to welcome our good professor from the University of Ghana. But I was surprised he pronounced. But I have a hack of how to say it. He has another name, Kenyan, so that's Kenyan, so it's easier. So through the occasion that I go together, we don't. So before I say much, I'd like to give him a chance to make his remarks, and then I will give mine. So, Prof.
Good morning. There are a lot of papers and speeches that are still coming. So this session is not meant for talking to our notes. It is meant to talk to you with humanity of the heart, to express that Africanness and African meeting in our hearts, and I am very humbled when this session, my co-team or counterpart was opened with prayer, and it contexts my name as the God of science. To umbrella this occasion and let's speak to the Africans that we are people who are connected to the spiritual realm in many ways possible. And this part of the world, we are good people. And this conference is meant to connect all of us. And I'm very happy that this is, I call it HR week. HR week. You should remember vividly about HR week. Human Resource Management International Conference. The first international conference. One of the intellectuals says that the future is created when you start it. So this engagement Genesis, the beginning of the beginnings. We are setting the pace. We are the pace setters. And as we are going to engage and deliberate from all the part of the world, let us know that we are the pace setters. And the University of Venda together with Moi University, are collaborating on this engagement of intellectuals to can respond to the issues of human resource management. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kanyane. Mine, I'd like to make a few remarks. Again, our Vice Chancellor, our Deputy Vice Chancellors, Professor Kaimba Ongeti, Professor Maru, our Registrar, Professor Simon Mining, colleague deans, our CODs who are present, our chief guest, Professor Elaine. I vividly remember when we started talking about this conference early this year, Professor was saying, will you manage a conference or a workshop? You need to weigh your options because of the logistical expectations and of course the timing. But we said we needed to try. We say in our that you aim for the sun and then you fall in the moon. And both are outside the earth, so we have done very well. We are already here, and we really appreciate our guests who have come before us. Now, this conference is themed Innovative Human Resource Strategies for Workforce Resilience and Sustainable Development. As Dr. Limo had said, this theme and this conference has come at the right time for Moi University because we are going through a phase. We've come from industrial disharmony last year, and now we are doing strategic alignment of a human resource, and the next phase is for university now to take off. And we are here, and this conference will give us an opportunity to discuss some of those details from a scholar perspective, which is the paper presentation, from a case perspective, which is on the presentation of cases, the discussions here, and also most important for our students and early career researchers, for them to know how to publish, how to make your case in the academia. So those three combine and make this conference very unique because it has three main objectives, which are both for the academia, those who can publish and present their papers, hearing from the industry what is going on there in the industry, to relate to our training here and training the early career researchers. So we expect a lot out of the three main breakouts of this conference. Also, the proceedings of this conference will be published we have 2 journals. We have a special issue from the Journal of Applied Research in Business and Management. This is a reputable journal which is domiciled in Germany, and it is listed in Venda and South African universities as a journal paper that is reputable enough for people to be allowed to publish in it. Secondly, our Vice Chancellor, we had a journal called African Journal of Business and Economics at the School of Business. It went down a bit, but we are rekindling that fire after this conference. So we'll have a few in the journal from Germany, and then we'll have a few from our local publication here, so that the conversations can continue and so that people can continue seeing what we are actually doing as the 2 universities engage more. For the human resource practice, I'm sure we all appreciate the changes that are there. We used to have people working in an office 8 to 5. When COVID came, things changed. People now work remotely in their own time without necessarily being conditioned to the working hours. Instead of being present at work 8 to 5, now you're given tasks to complete. So that change, again, is what we'll appreciate in this conference and what it means for our managers of human resource. We also have technology which is with us. We are still trying to figure out how to inbuild AI into our training. We'll still discuss now how to inbuild AI into a management of human resource. So those are the things that are really changing as far as the human resource world is concerned. And because of the technology, we now have very young CEOs. The CEOs of our time when you were in high school, you'd find when you walk into the office, if this is the entrance, the most likely place you'll get a CEO is at the back corner, very far from any interaction. And they will be older, 60 years, 65, 70. Those were the CEOs of the 2000s. But what about nowadays? The CEOs are younger. The youngest CEOs in Kenya are 25, 30, especially in the tech world. The average age of CEOs currently stands at 46 in Kenya. So they have become younger and younger and younger. Two, the CEOs who are staying at the back are now at the front because they are the ones who drive the vision of the institution. And in that case, they are now competing with the front office in order to make sure they serve their clients. So with all those dynamics, this conference now would give us an opportunity to discuss those things and bring them to perspective so that we are able to shape the next steps in as far as the management and the engagement of our human resource is concerned. So without further ado, we were told we are supposed to introduce guests. I thought that was the responsibility of Limo and Kashane. But maybe we'll do it a little bit later. But I would like really to appreciate our guests from Penn State University, Professor Elaine, and her colleague, I've forgotten the name, so we'll still come back to that, and all our visitors from University of Venda, Free State University, American University in Dubai, who are here with us to discuss this noble and very important agenda, because they say the human resource, they are the first in an institution, and they are also the last. They are the first because when you start a company, you need to hire people. Who will hire for you? It is the human resource. And when you are dissolving your company, who will exit them? It is the same human resource. So this is the most important component of any enterprise because they are the alpha and omega. So thank you very much. And I'd like to call upon our registrar, Professor Simon Mining, to take up the rest of the program. Thank you very much.
Good morning, all protocols observed. Thank you, deans and all the delegates. You are most welcome to the City of Champions. By the time you leave here, you will also be champions. 3/4 of the world marathon, long distance gold medals are in this city. So if you walk around, you'll meet one of them in the streets. Let me take this opportunity also to thank the organizers. And as we met you yesterday, you are already very acclimatized to the weather of Eldoret. May I take this opportunity? This morning is for remarks. Let me call our DVC, ARESA, Academic Research Extension and Student Affairs, Professor Ongeti, to make his remarks. Then we will also call his colleague. Thank you, Karibu, Prof.
Thank you, sir. The Vice Chancellor of Moi University, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Executive Dean, University of Venda, our colleagues from Penn State, and all other universities represented here, hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. It's a great opportunity for us at Moi University to welcome participants in the first international conference dealing with human resource development. As Dr. Limo hinted, perhaps this is a difficult time for this conference to be held in Moi University, because perhaps it should have come at another time. It would have been a better. Because you are talking about resilience, workforce resilience. Now, I will not talk more about that because you understand what I mean. When I look behind here, I see KCB. And the Dean has talked about the age of CEOs. And then I remember, I'm an account holder in KCB. Then I remember there was a manager in KCB Uganda Road. I think now she's a deputy director of Central Bank. And this manager used to be near the door, the entry door to the bank. But she was rather small. So a customer came and wanted to see the manager. Was actually very aggressive, almost violent to the lady. I want to see the manager. The lady says, what's your problem? I was a witness. You can also say witnesser. I was a witness. So I'm reporting what I saw. The customer is very violent because he expects a manager to be sitting I don't know where. And the manager is saying, just tell me your problem. Say, no, I want to see the manager, not you. I want to see the manager. Finally, the lady saw to a few other things, and then went and sat in her office and sent people to
science, where I belong, I've been able to mount this international conference, working together with University of Venda and other partnering institutions that are present here today. Way back when we were developing ourselves in career and in academia, we could go out there for international conferences, particularly those mounted by Academy of Management. We went for one at Joburg in South Africa. And with my colleagues here, during that time, we could not believe that we would mount such a conference. And so, School of Business and Economics, Moi University, congratulations. You've broken the ice, and we believe that this is just the beginning, and we'll have more of this for our partnering universities. We are happy that you are able to attend this conference that's about human resource management, focusing on innovation, innovative strategies for workforce resilience, and sustainable development. I think this has come at no better time than this, particularly in Moi University and in Eldoret. Just allow me to say that, first of all, to welcome you to Eldoret. Eldoret is the 5th city in this country and the latest mandated. It is a special city, it's beautiful. The weather is nice, isn't it nice? Warm, yeah. The environment is scenic within and around. When you move down to Kerio Valley and the areas around the southern part, you'll see very good agricultural activities, including tea estates, farming within Eldoret and Wasingishu. And so it's a beautiful city. It's also home to education. It's home to medical services. It is home to athletics, as Professor Mining has pointed to you. We pride with the leading champions in the world when it comes to athletics. It's also home to our sitting president, His Excellency Dr. Ruto. He's in the neighborhood. That's where he was born and bred. So Eldoret is rich, and we are proud that Moi University is situated here. I like to say also that the theme for this conference is very relevant to today's management of human resources. The changes that are emerging from time to time, including changes in technology. The youthful workforce has really given way for innovative ways of managing these people at the workplace. We know human resources are the most difficult resources to be managed. It's not like money. It's not like any other facility as a resource. People think and react as you manage them. So the aspects of resilience are very critical, and how to achieve workforce resilience and ensure that it supports to turn around the other resources within organizations is very critical. So this conference has come at a right time for us to be able to engage these issues that are affecting the critical resource that we have in organization. I believe that out of this conference, we'll have come up with so many innovative ways, benchmark and learn from each other, and we are hoping that when we share out, we'll be able to change the way our institutions are managing these human resources for sustainable development. With that, I want to sincerely welcome you all to Moi University. Feel at home. Enjoy yourself for the next few days you'll be with us. And learn and learn and learn in every opportunity that you find in this conference. And so that's the much that I wanted to say. I want to thank you so much for this. Do I invite the VC? Okay. At this juncture, I'd like to take the opportunity to invite Professor Kiplangat Kotut, our Vice Chancellor, Moi University. Can we appreciate him as he comes up?
Let me start by recognizing the participants who are here, and you'll allow me to go through each one in turn because of the importance of appreciating their presence. I want to start by recognizing the Principal Secretary, State Department for University, Higher Education and Research. I'm told is represented. I trust the representative is here. If not, I'm sure the representative, yes. So I want to recognize the PS for finding time to send us a representative. Let me also recognize the Principal Secretary, State Department for Labor and Skills Development, Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, Mr. Shatrak Mwadime. I'm told he's going to give a presentation. I also want to recognize the representatives from the Public Service Commission and all state departments. I want to recognize the Vice Chancellor of the University of Venda, Professor Bernard Dambeleni, who is represented by the Executive Dean, Professor Kanyane. We agreed, if you have difficulties with the name, call him Professor Kenya. It will work. And if that one still gives you difficulties, I think he's already told you another name that you can use, the sun, the God of sons. God of sons. So when you see him and you have a son, then you need to show supplication to him. You need your son to be taken care of. Eh? So those of us who have sons, you now know where the God of your sons is. I also want to recognize the Deputy Vice Chancellors present from, of course, Moi University, the two who are sitting in front here, all the deans, directors, and heads of departments who are here physically, and those who are also with us virtually. Members of the conference organizing committee, the people who have really worked very hard. I want to say that I have benefited from their very hard work. Yesterday, I had a sumptuous breakfast, courtesy of them. So those of you who missed the same, you know these guys are working very hard. I also want to recognize the distinguished keynote speakers and guest speakers. There are many, but allow me just to mention a few. Professor Elaine Fandel, that's from Benstead, yes, yeah. Dr. Bex Hewitt, thank you. Professor Raymara Volk. Where is Raymara? Is she out in the field today? Raymara is the sports. Yeah. Is she here or she's still? Yeah. She says that you must start by exercising. I'm told that when she lands, first hit the gym, other things follow. So I'm sure she's joining us in a short while. Then Professor Karel Kans, Professor James Abugre. I said I'm mentioning a few in case I have left you out. The organizers will make sure that you are duly recognized, so no cause for alarm. All the scholars and researchers from Moi University, University of Venda, and partner institutions across Africa and beyond, members of the human resource professional bodies, including, I think this one is certified human resource practitioner. I've gotten it. They have an acronym CHRP. Dorcas, is she in? Y9? If she's not in, I'm sure she will be with us. CHRP, again, Margaret Gu. These are the members of the human resource professional. This has some of the members of the human resource professional bodies. Esteemed moderators for the event, all the panelists and all the presenters. I also want to recognize you. All the international and local participants joining us physically and virtually, all the conference sponsors and supporters, members of the Fourth Estate, if there are any around with us, students and early career researchers, and ladies and gentlemen, if you don't fall into any of those brackets, I'm sure you fall in here. And also distinguished guests. Good morning. Today I'll just give you a short, I'll read a short speech
because I think today it's about what findings you have come up with, and I think we are looking forward to hearing what our researchers have to share with us. So it is with pleasure and pride that I welcome you all to Moi University for the first Human Resource Management International Conference, taking place here at Boma Inn Hotel. I wish to extend my warm greetings to each and every one of you, distinguished scholars, practitioners, policymakers, students, and guests from across Kenya and beyond Kenya. Your presence here affirms our shared commitment to shaping the future of human resource practice and advancing the human resource profession globally. I need not overemphasize the critical role of human resources in any organization. I think we've been told that they are the alpha and omega, although I'm not sure if Reverend will agree with that, but that is what we are told, that they are the alpha and omega, because I think Reverend will tell you there is another alpha and omega. But for us as humans, we are allowed to say within our space, they are the alpha and omega. But for us again here, the human resource practice is very key because it is in charge of the management of a very valuable asset. It's people. I'm told that the human resource is the only department in an organization with a sense of humor. None other has that. And if that doesn't sit very well with you, there's another one. The human resource is the unofficial psychologist, event planner, peacemaker, lawyer, and teacher. That's what the human resource function is to an organization. So all we are trying to say is that it is a very important component of our organizations. So this then means that this conference is here in recognition of this very important component of an organization. The conference marks a historic moment in the life of Moi University, its partners, and the broader human resource community. And under the timely and impactful theme, Innovative Human Strategies for Workforce Resilience and Sustainable Development, we gather to engage in critical conversations that will define the next generation of human capital. Allow me just in one or two statements to unpack this theme. First, the world of work is undergoing a profound transformation and change. From the rapid acceleration of digital technologies and evolving organizational structures to the realities of climate change, economic shocks, and shifting social expectations, organizations today must navigate complexity and uncertainty at an unprecedented scale. Human resource management, therefore, stands at a critical intersection, characterized by a shift towards strategic business partnerships, data-driven decision-making, and the integration of technology to support a more agile and a diverse workforce, and where innovation, adaptability, and sustainability are not only optional, but essential. For example, who would have thought that, a few years back, who would have thought that artificial intelligence and automation would actually come in to perform very key human resource operations, especially those repetitive aspects of our operations, that now we have to embrace these changes that are come our way. The other point to note is that the workforce, the workshop theme rightly highlights the importance of workforce resilience, which is the capacity of individuals, teams, and organizations to adapt, grow, and thrive amidst disruption. To build resilience, to build such resilience, we must embrace human resource strategies that are, 1, forward-looking and inclusive, 2, data-driven and systemic, 3, grounded in in well-being and mental health. 4, committed to leadership development and agile talent practices. And finally, focused on building a continuous learning culture. This is what the future of HR must look like. It must be strategic, it must be empathetic, and it must also be human-centered. Equally vital is our collective commitment to sustainable development. As human resource professionals and educators, we are uniquely positioned to drive environmental, social, and economic sustainability by promoting the following. 1, ethical labor practices. 2, inclusive and diverse hiring. 3, gender equity and social justice. And 4, responsible governance and corporate accountability. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, provide a guiding framework through which HR can make a meaningful and lasting impact, both within organizations and throughout our communities and nations. At Moi University, we are proud to be at the forefront of these essential conversations. As a leading institution of higher learning, we are committed to advancing knowledge that addresses real-world challenges. This conference is a reflection of our institutional mission to foster global engagement, nurture thought leadership, and promote innovative research that transforms society. I wish to commend the School of Business and Economics and the Department of Human Resource Management in particular, as well as the entire organizing committee for bringing this idea to life. Your efforts have laid a solid foundation for what will undoubtedly be a memorable and impactful conference. We also deeply appreciate the support of our partners and sponsors who have stood with us on this journey. To our local and international guests, your presence here speaks volumes. It signals a shared commitment to excellence, cross-cultural learning, and the elevation of human capital. Over the next 4 days, you will have the opportunity to, 1, learn from the leading experts, 2, participate in high-level dialogue, 3, share research and case studies, and 4, network across disciplines, industries, and borders. I encourage each one of you to take advantage of this opportunity to ask questions, challenge assumptions, and explore avenues for future collaboration. In conclusion, as we come together in the spirit of innovation partnerships, let us also reflect on the values that shape our work: integrity, empathy, creativity, and sustainability. These are the cornerstones of impactful and enduring human resource leadership. Let them guide our deliberations and inspire our actions long after this conference. I also want to use this opportunity also to challenge the school. Now, having come up with this very great idea, to also start positioning itself to be doing other things also for the nation as well as the world at large. I think you are all aware that if you read papers, you see a lot of issues touching on the university sector. There has been a lot of discussion whether university education is a public good or we should start looking at it as a business. So these discussions, we want to hear the school speaking to it very clearly so that we know where we stand in this aspect. But for me, whichever position you take, what we want to hear from the School of Business is how we can make our institutions sustainable financially, resource-wise. I think you know where we are worldwide. There are issues touching on university education. People are starting to asking questions whether it is really sustainable the way it is, whether we need to adopt other models. So we want to be seeing the school pioneering in this because it is a school of business, isn't it? We also want to hear this the Department of Human Resource also pioneering in the area of industrial harmony. As a lot of the time, our industry is affected by when there are industrial conflicts. So we need these experts to give us the final solution. What is the fix so that we end industrial, because industrial unrest is because of some unmet expectations, isn't it? So how do we ensure that we meet these expectations? If the HR experts cannot guide us on this, who else will do so? So I'm challenging them to be looking at this also so that in the next time, because you have told us this is the first conference, you'll allow us to also bring our issues to the next conference. And I assure you, I'm already looking forward to it. There's a rumor doing rounds that the next one might be in the University of Venda. So we are starting to looking for visas. But we are putting a few questions for you to address because we go to conference also to find solutions. Us in administration, we go to conference to find solutions to our problems. So we expect the experts to talk to them. Then we come back very quickly, having worked out something that works for us. Otherwise, on behalf of Moi University, I once again extend a warm welcome to all of you. May this conference enrich your knowledge, deepen your networks, and empower you to lead a positive change wherever you go. Please, as you also continue the conference, remember what you've been told. This is the city of champions. And so I would like you to take time also to enjoy what the town has to offer. So please find time to sample the cuisine of this town, the very traditional ones, all the way. You need to visit one Nyamachoma joint so that you see how the locals enjoy their free time. Visit also some of the social areas when you have the time. So I trust the workshop organizers will not be slave drivers, that you keep the members here working throughout. Forget that they also need to appreciate and experience what the town and its environs has to offer. Please take time to do that. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and fulfilling conference. With those few and many remarks, it is now my distinct honor and privilege to officially declare the first Human Resource Management International Conference at Moi University officially open. Thank you. And as somebody said, let the conversation begin. Thank you.
So thank you very much, our Vice Chancellor. Now the conference is open. We have two collaborate, which is not yet here. So we have the intent to collaborate, which will be signed between Moi University and University of Venda. For University of Venda, we have a lengthy process for approving MOUs, and we've done 90% of that process. We have 10% to go, and we will sign this intent to collaborate as a precursor to the MOU. So we have it here. Maybe you can guide us.
I'll request our Vice Chancellor and the representative of the Vice Chancellor to kindly come to the front as we set up for the signing of the MOU.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the intent to collaborate is being signed by the two VCs, our own Professor Kotut and Professor Kanyane, on behalf of Moi University and Univen, respectively. Each have signed their part. They've now done the exchange. As they stand up to hand each to the other, please stand up and a round of applause for this very, very historic moment. Right. Taunet Nelel actually means a new beginning. In our local language, it's a new beginning, and this is the beginning of very, very many good things between Univen and Moi University. Let's all celebrate and say, hallelujah.
So I want to take this opportunity to invite the Professor Kanyane on behalf of the Vice Chancellor of Venda University to say something. I've said very many things, including starting to put together visas for the next conference and throwing in a few agenda into the next conference. And I think it's important that he also says something in that respect. But before he says so, allow me just to confirm to you all that as a university, we are very committed to this partnership and the partnership with the other partners who are here. We've worked with them this far, and this is the evidence that it has been a very productive collaboration. And at Moi University, we value partnership. Like I always say, partnership is a synergy of efforts. And when 2 or 3 institutions come together, the product actually defies or goes against the arithmetic logic of 1 + 1 = 2. It means under a partnership, the product is more than the sum total of the individual players. And that is why we value partnership, because we know we get more than what we would have gotten if we had worked as silos, as institutions. So we value the partnerships, and we'll go through with this and ensure that finally we have an MOU signed to allow us to even work better. For us, the importance of having an MOU, it means that at that point, we are saying, as 2 institutions are our partners, we are giving each other preferential treatment when it comes to matters of interest to the 2 institutions. And this is our commitment, that we have signed this. We mean to go along with it. We mean to ensure that this partnership grows for the benefit of our staff, for the benefit of our students, for the benefit of our 2 or 3 countries. Thank you so much. Karibu Prof.
On behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Bernard Ntambeleni, who is not here, we want to appreciate you, the Vice Chancellor, for creating this opportunity of the scholarship. If our legal was here, he would have performed some rituals. And that ritual, he called that this signing ceremony is a marriage. We are entering into marital relationship with Moi University. You said, I do, in my capacity as the representative of Professor Bernard Ntambeleni, I also do. Until death do us part. In sickness and in health and resilience, this relationship is going to sustain beyond our own imaginations for the future generations. We are here in the laboratory to enter into a discourse that is decolonial, to express ourselves freely and produce knowledge in shifting the human resource management landscape. And as we are here, we are having the cloud of witnesses in the entire continents. Australia, US, UK, we are all here. Africa, we are all here to start this exchange program. What we are looking for between this university as the portfolio of evidence is the supervision of our masters and PhD students through the exchange networks. That is a portfolio of evidence that you cannot fake. We want to be celebrating that cohort of the achievement. The second one is what you referred, Dean, about research output. That is going to be published in peer-reviewed journals to recognize the intellectual weight of the first Hrmic conference. I thank you.
All right, as they take their seats, this is the beginning of new things. We want to thank you very, very much indeed, the two VCs. And as per the program, we are now going to go for a photo session. And after that, we shall have a tea break. Now, the photo session will be held just outside. As you are coming in, there were some stairs there. So we will all assemble at that point. We will all fit in. Everybody is invited, and we'd like everybody to fit into the photo. We have our media team from Moi University as well as from Univen, led by Vonani and company. Ours will be led by Mumo. And as we proceed to the photo session area, I would like to kindly request the members of the high table, that is the first table here, the three tables to my left, the middle, and the right. You can exit, and then as you turn left and go down, and then on the next row, we will have our executive, or rather our directors, both ICT as well as Q&A, as well as the other dignitaries from Univen. And then after that, the rest of us will just follow in. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you for the photo session. And after that, the high table will go for their tea at Kaburwa Lounge, which is just adjacent to the stairs. So the rest of us will be just outside where the registration was being carried out. So let us all proceed. Let us allow the high table to lead first as we follow. Thank you. We will meet at 11 o'clock, exactly 11. So we have slightly over 30 minutes. That should be adequate time. At 11 o'clock, we'll assemble here for the rest of the session. Thank you.
Discover non-expiring residential proxies. Enjoy premium quality.
Ukitaka kuwa wakili, ukitaka kuwa mwandishi, ukitaka kuwa wakili, elimu ni muhimu kwa kukuza uchumi wetu Kenya. Elimu ni muhimu kwa kukuza uchumi wetu Kenya. Ukitaka udaktari, ukitaka na usayansi, ukitaka udaktari, ukitaka na usayansi, elimu ni muhimu kwa kukuza uchumi wetu Kenya. Elimu ni muhimu kwa kukuza uchumi wetu Kenya. Sisi twawasihi viongozi wetu waungane ili tujenge chuo chetu Moi. Pia twawasihi wanafunzi wote waungane ili tujenge chuo chetu Moi. Sisi tunaomba waadhiri wetu waungane ili tujenge chuo chetu Moi. Sisi twawasihi na wadau wote waungane ili tujenge chuo chetu Moi. Leo twawasihi jirani zetu waungane ili tujenge chuo chetu Moi. Sote tuombee chuo chetu Moi waungane ili tujenge chuo chetu Moi. Sisi twawasihi viongozi wetu waungane ili tujenge chuo chetu Moi. Pia twawasihi wanafunzi wote waungane ili tujenge chuo chetu Moi. Sisi tunaomba waadhiri wetu waungane ili tujenge chuo chetu Moi. Sisi twawasihi na wadau wote waungane ili tujenge chuo chetu Moi. Leo twawasihi jirani zetu waungane ili tujenge chuo chetu Moi. Sote tuombee chuo chetu Moi waungane ili tujenge chuo chetu Moi.
Almost half of all childhood deaths take place during the first
What is
What is generative artificial?
When
wena uyigcina impilo yami ukhusela umoya wami hey hayi ngicela nimi nginyawo ke manje kuyonakala ke manje silent shaya isibhambatho sakho sondela ungesabi
Osamandla uzuyigcina impilo yami
uphinde ukhusele umoya wami ukhusele umoya wami somandla uzuyigcina impilo yami uphinde ukhusele umoya wami osomandla uzuyigcina impilo yami wena uphinde ukhusele umoya wami ngoba mna ndohamba nijonge kuwe wamaxesha wonke wonke amaxesha ngoba mna ndohamba nijonge kuwe wamaxesha wonke ngoba mna ndohamba nijonge kuwe ngamaxesha wonke yebo Somando uzuyigcina impilo yami uphinde ukhusele umoya wami yebo somando uzuyigcina impilo yami uyigcina uphinde ukhusele umoya wami ngoba mna ndohamba ngamaxesha wonke ngoba mna ndohamba nijonge kuwe ngamaxesha wonke
FlexJobs is the #1 job site to find remote, work from home, and flexible schedule job opportunities since 2007. So, how does FlexJobs work? Well, FlexJobs is a subscription service for job seekers that features flexible and remote jobs. We have an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, and the monthly subscription costs allow us to fully vet and verify all of the jobs on our site. This means you, the job seeker, gets access to a safe and positive job searching experience. So let me explain how this process works. Our first goal is to remove the key pain point of finding great remote and flexible job opportunities that are typically harder and more time-consuming to find anywhere else. We work with thousands of companies who post flexible jobs directly to our site, but our superpowers really come from our team of excellent, educated, trained researchers who scour hundreds of jobs resources every day, including industry blogs, employer sites, reliable job boards, and
Hello? Hello? I hope everyone hears me. Thank got KISS, KISS, KISSII. Don't change it, please. We got Open University of Kenya, and we have got Midland State University from Zimbabwe, and we got Tswane University in South Africa, and we have got Kenyatta University, and we have got the University of Technology. Is it Mara? Is it correct? Yeah, I think that's the university so far. But I would have not said all of them. Please, if I've missed some of the institutions, we are going to acknowledge them as we go on. So colleagues, without any further ado, we are going to have now a session whereby we have got our distinguished guests who are going to give a speech, and we are going to have 10 minutes each from the institutions. We have got from Higher Education, Minister of Education, we have got Dr. Beatrice. I don't know if Dr. Beatrice will be here. And also we have got from Minister of Labor, we've got the representative from Minister of Labor. We have got Director, State Department, PSC, which is Mr. Jackson Alwanga, and Institute of Human Resources Management. We have got CHRP Adelo, and we have got also Human Resources Professional Examination Body, CHRP Margaret Ngu, and Academic of Management, HR Division Representative. We have got Hewitt, I think it's Professor Hewitt, Bex. Is it correct? Thank you. And then we have got also going to have our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker is going to be Ellen Fandel. I pronounced it correct, I think. Thank you. And after that, we're going to have question and answers. And we start doing. Okay, so in this order, we are going to start with Beatrice. If Beatrice is not there, we can just go with the order which we have. Or if you've got the representative of Beatrice from Higher Education Ministry, Ministry of Higher Education, do we have? Oh, good morning. What is that? It's not me. Hello? So Beatrice is not here. We can actually go on with that order. If Beatrice come in, we can always slaughter, put you on the slot. And then we have got Minister of Labor representative. Anyone from Minister of? Is online. Are we going to? You are connecting. Okay, thank you. So, Minister of Labor, you are welcome. You can.
I really appreciate the fact that the management of Moi University has given me an opportunity to participate in this year's conference titled Innovative HR Strategies and Workforce Resilience and Sustainable Development. My apology owing to the fact that I could not join you in person, but I want to appreciate the fact that you've given me an opportunity to make use of technology to address the conference. My name is Shadrach Madime. I'm the PS Labor and Skills Development. Now, when we talk of sustainable development, this is a word that has been used severally over the years. For the last 60 years, we've been struggling as a nation to ensure that we develop. And not just develop, but ensure we have sustainable development. Make use of the resources that we have to improve on the standard of living of our people. But you must agree with me that this has been a struggle over the years. We have done a lot in terms of building the capacity of our people As it is in terms of educational standards, there is a great improvement. We have put up many primary schools, secondary schools. We have so many universities and technical and vocational training facilities. But the biggest challenge that we have is we are not able to translate these skills into sustainable development for our country. Make use of these skills to exploit the resources that are available in order to ensure that the living standards of our people improves. And so I'm extremely excited about the theme that has been picked on matters innovation in terms of the HR strategies that we have in place for workforce resilience. Why workforce resilience? Basically because there is need for our workforce to adopt to the changing trends as it is in the entire world. AI, for example, has made a number of young people to be offloaded while they are still strong, while they can still make a substantial contribution towards the expansion of our economy. And therefore, what do we need to do? Ladies and gentlemen, you realize that a big percentage of our population, not only in Kenya, but Africa in general, is comprised of young people. And that is the reason why they're asking many critical questions as to why they cannot be engaged economically fully. Why after graduating, they have to wait for a long period of time before we're able to absorb them. And even those who are eventually absorbed after a short period of time, owing to changes that keep on taking place the world over, they are laid off. This is a question we must ask ourselves, particularly those of us in research institutions and those who influence policy. What can we do to ensure that our workforce, comprised of young people who are innovative, who are energetic, can be used to ensure change in our economy? Now, ladies and gentlemen, there are different ways that we can ensure our workforce becomes resilient to changes that are inevitable. You will agree with me that the resource base in Kenya and Africa as a whole is extremely high. Now, owing to the fact that we have all these resources, the question we should ask ourselves is then, what can we do in terms of know-how to be able to exploit these resources to the maximum? So there are two ways out that we can make use of in order to ensure that we have the know-how, the technology that we need to exploit the resources that we have and ensure we have a resilient workforce in the country. The first way out, obviously, is through our research institutes. The fact that there is need for them to come up with innovative ways that we can exploit as a country to ensure that the resources we have then they are used for our own advantage. The second way out, which is a little bit controversial, but nevertheless, it's critical that we discuss it, is by exporting labor. Now, why am I saying so? There are models that we can emulate of countries that took their young people abroad. They were able to get technology as it is currently, and then they transferred the same know-how back to the country. And with the resources that they have, with the savings that they made, they were able to expand their economy in a substantial way. And here I'm making reference to countries like South Korea, who sent their young people about 30, 40 years ago to Japan, to Germany, to Saudi Arabia. They were able to get technology as it was then, transferred it back home, and exploited it for their own good. As it is, South Korea can compete on equal terms in terms of the quality of the products that they produce with Japan. That's the reason why we have electronic gadgets in our market, flooded in our market from South Korea. Even vehicles, we have the Hyundais that can compete equally as well as the Toyota models. In essence, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm trying to say is making use of our young people to get this technology and transfer it backway is another way out that we can exploit. And remember, even as these young people go abroad for short-term contracts, 3 years, 4 years, because our idea is not, good morning. I sincerely appreciate the fact that the management of
Colleagues, let me join me in thanking our Hrmic Mwandime, Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Labor. Please, let's give him a warm hand from via the video. By the way, Hrmic is alumnus of Moi University. And not only just alumnus, he did his master's and is one of the who's near to get a PhD from Moi University. So, thank you very much. So colleagues, without further ado, let's go to the next presenter. I don't know whether Mr. Jackson Alwanga is here. Thank you, you're welcome. Give a hand, please.
Thank you, thank you. I'm also an alumni of Moi University. And allow me to recognize my professor, Professor Hrmic. Is he in? Thank you. The PS State Department for Higher Education was supposed to be with us here today. Dr. Beatrice Inyangala. The Vice Chancellor of Moi University, Professor Kiplagat Kotut. Vice Chancellor of University of Vende, represented by Professor Kanyane. IHRM National Chairman, who is supposed to be with us here today. The Executive Director of IHRM. CEOs present here. Distinguished guests and delegates who have come to participate in this important forum. Ladies and gentlemen, may I say good morning? I am indeed honored to address this conference hosted by Moi University in collaboration with the University of Vende that brings together human resource management leaders and practitioners from different parts of Africa and the world under the theme, Innovative Human Resource Strategies for Workforce Resilience and Sustainable Development. We appreciate the effort made by the organizers of the conference for planning and executing such an important forum. A quick glimpse of the program reveals that we are going to have an in-depth discussion and strategic review of the HR approaches and systems necessary for building a fit-for-purpose workforce, identify challenges that inhibit innovative HR strategies, and derive insights for mitigating the same for a definitive course of action. HR strategies that are adapted by different institutions, both in public and private sector, need to align to the changing demands of human resource management to ensure that organizations and business environment remain adaptable, innovative, and responsive to both national and global workforce trends. As we are all aware, the public service plays a critical role in implementing government development agenda. Towards this end, deliberate efforts have been made by the government in developing policies, programs that support the theme of this conference. This include the Public Service Delivery Innovation Strategy, Competency Framework for the Public Service, Human Resource Strategy for the Public Service, public service human resource development, policy, public service performance framework, among many others that are in circulation. These instruments, they provide objectives and strategies for embedding workforce resilience for sustainable development and contain components such as talent management, human resource planning and succession management, research and innovation, employee well-being, training and development, skills gap assessment, training needs assessment, human resource data and the metrics, working from home, policy, leveraging IT in human resource practices, and diversity policy of the public service. As you are all aware, these are policy instruments that have been developed by the government of Kenya with the aim of supporting workforce resilience and to ensure that the workforce in the public service is not only prepared to meet the changing demands of the work environment. And many organizations in public institutions have significantly tried to conform to the provisions of these policies. However, we have some challenges that negate effective implementation of such policies that are meant to assist our employees to be resilient and ensure sustainable work environment. One of them is inadequate resources. To have a resilient workforce requires adequate financial and resource allocation. Many institutions in the public service, you will agree with me, we face challenges with regard to either retooling, reskilling, capacity building, to ensure that employees, they acquire the skills which are necessary to meet the changing skills requirement for both the public and the private sector. Many at times, employees who left various institutions 5 years ago, they remain in our respective institutions, and we do not have adequate resources to build their skills so that they are in sync with the changing work requirements. And I need not actually mention, most public service institutions are faced with these challenges. However, despite some of these challenges, the government has also come up with a training revolving fund, which is meant for employees in the public sector to get some little funding to be able to sharpen their skills and competencies. The competency framework for the public service, as we have it today, it is supposed even to guide our recruitment process. How do we recruit people? Do we recruit people with the right skills and competencies to meet the HR requirements, both current and for the future, so that we have organizations that are productive and we meet the citizens' expectations in terms of effective and efficient service delivery, so that our various economies are able to grow. Many at times, most recruitments in the public service, they are good, yes, but some are still faced with the challenges. We still recruit using these oral approaches, which many at times are influenced, and we end up not getting the correct persons or the type of skills that we need to support our organizations to grow. There's the challenge of the resistance to change. When we want to adapt IT and artificial intelligence, many at times the employees who do not have the requisite skills to adapt to these requirements, you find them becoming a little bit resistant. And we therefore have a role to ensure that we navigate some of these challenges to ensure that we build the capacities of our people to adapt IT and the application of IT in all HR in the HR work practices. We also have the challenge of inadequate ICT and the related infrastructure and low uptake of technology. How do we enhance IT application in our various HR practices and processes, so that there is a higher uptake of the same, to ensure that the employees are resilient and they can adapt to any change. You all remember during the COVID-19 pandemic, the workplace environment was challenging, and those organizations that were prepared through application of relevant IT systems, they continued to survive. In the public service, we even came up with a work from home policy, which was meant to ensure that employees are able to continue discharging their duties, but from home. But unfortunately, again, when the COVID-19 was declining, was reducing, we started retrogressing, going back to the fixed norms and standards, where we expect physical presence at the place of work. We need to start challenging ourselves. Is the physical presence the best modus operandi in terms of employee performance and productivity? Or what is it that we are focusing on, so that we ensure productivity in our organization? Aloanga could always be present, but what I'm simply doing, every now and then I go to the office of the dean or the vice chancellor. Good morning, sir. How is your evening? Thinking that my presence is contributing to the success and attainment of the objectives of Moi University or Valley University, when it is not. So we need to start, challenging some of those, practices. Distinguished guests, the need to strengthen and champion progressive HR management, policies, practices within the public and private sector need not be overemphasized. Our resolve should therefore be to build a workforce that is not only highly skilled, but also resilient and aligned with the best practices in human capital development. Review and adoption of relevant strategies for ensuring a resilient workforce for sustainable development calls for adapting some of the following strategies. Digital empowerment. We need to embrace technology. In government, we have the Human Resource Information System, HRIS, which has been developed, a platform which will have so many modules in terms of human resource development and management. One of the modules is on payroll. We are hoping that by the end of this year, all public institutions, including the universities, have transited to this HRS system. Many public service institutions, we are faced with a challenge of ghost workers. The other day, I was watching news, and one of our politicians was lamenting that UHC is full of, who was the news yesterday? That UHC is full of ghost workers. If we are able to embrace this HRIS system, it is meant to weed out some of those challenges that we experience in our public institutions. And who are these that are bringing on board ghost workers? Is it not us? It's us, the HR people. So if we are able to adapt some of the IT whatever systems, we'll be able to mitigate some of these challenges. So by end of 2025, we expect full migration across all agencies in the public sector, including the universities. The trainings have been done. I'm sure even the management in Moi, whatever university, we have been trained in that new HRS system, and we expect to migrate. This isn't just about digitalization. It's about creating intelligent, responsive systems that provide real-time insights into our workforce potential and performance. As we do this, remember, we should also insulate it with some human face. IT or artificial intelligence is not going to replace human being. Yeah, isn't it? It's the human being who is in charge of the what you put in is what it will do. You put in wrong information, it will give you wrong. So we need to take care of that so that we have people and human capital that is prepared to be able to apply some of this new technology that is actually emerging. Strategic recruitment and workforce development is another strategy. As HR leaders, our approach must be predictive and agile. We need a competency framework that anticipate future skills requirement rather than just responding to current needs to inform our recruitment approach. Our skills gap analysis programs should be dynamic, connecting education, professional development, and national economic goals. Development of employees' skills and capacity is important, including providing opportunities for reskilling and retooling to adapt to changing skills requirements for organization and environmental sustainability. We need to tap on talent and succession management. Effective leadership in our organization will help in identifying, attracting, and retaining talent and future successors. We have a lot of potential in the young people, both in the public and in the private sector. But as leaders in the HR field, what are we doing to tap the talent which can be used in our organizations to drive change and to drive success? Many at times in public service or institutions, we kind of tend to emphasize on longevity in service. Longevity in service may mean decay in service also. You are using old approaches and methodology. When new approaches come, you want to say, this is not how we do things, this is not how we have been doing things. We have to challenge that kind of mindset. So effective leadership helps in identifying, attracting, and retaining talent and future successors. Leaders play an important role in mentoring and coaching successors in organizations and supporting innovative strategies for resilient workforce and sustainable development. Change management and diversity at the place of work. Leaders help to navigate transitions and minimize resistance that requires good decision-making and communication skills. The generation gap that continues to challenge traditional work approaches need to be addressed without compromising work ethics through adapting flexible work environment. In the wake of artificial intelligence, there are many systems that we can adopt for a seamless and a meaningful work environment for greater productivity to accommodate like the Gen Zs in our work environment. Inclusive leadership, diversity is a strategic advantage. Policies on workplace dignity, gender mainstreaming, and inclusivity are not mere bureaucratic requirements, but powerful tools for organizational excellence. We must integrate these principles, creating workplaces that respect and leverage individual difference and growth. Wellness as a strategic priority. Mental health is no longer a peripheral concern. It is a core organizational strategy. The National Guidelines on Workplace Mental Wellness that was launched in 2023 represents the government commitment to holistic employee well-being. We must embed resilience, provide comprehensive support, and create psychologically safe work environments. Ethical governance, we need to be at the forefront of maintaining the highest professional ethics and standards anchored on continuous professional development and observance of leadership principles anchored as provided in Article 10 on our national values and principles of governance in the Constitution, and Article 232 on values and principles of public service. If we adhere to this, we shall have a work environment that is actually whatever resilient, provide supporting leadership for people to be able to bring out their best. The government also has adopted measures of collaboration and partnership with various stakeholders. The government collaborates with the development partners to enhance capacity initiative for the public service in critical training and skills development areas. We therefore need to foster out partnerships with learning institutions, development partners, NGOs, and the private sector to co-develop talent mechanisms and share best HR practices related to resilience and sustainability. National and continental innovation, our work connects directly to our Vision 2030 and the current government bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which focuses on digitalization or digital superhighway, which we must bring and institutionalize in our work environment. We need to build human capital that will drive our continent's skills revolution, powered by science, technology, and innovation and innovative thinking. We have the unique privilege to drive this agenda during this whatever conference. Remember to leave an indelible mark at our respective places of work, to be remembered by those who will come after us for a job well done in building a strong, reputable, inclusive, dynamic, innovative, and successful work environment for success of our nation and continent at large. Not forgetting professional transformation, we need to interrogate our respective roles beyond conventional boundaries and focus on incorporating intersection of technology, innovation in HR practices to embed green HR and addressing demographic shifts at the workplace. We are the architects of workplace ecosystems that drive national economic transformation, including that of the East African region and Africa as a whole. We need to prepare employees to adapt to workplace changes rapidly. As I conclude, it is important for us to establish innovative HR strategies for workforce resilience and sustainable development. Requires deliberate action and strong commitment from HR leaders, especially those entrusted with shaping its future. As stewards of this transformation, we are challenged to embrace continuous learning in our organizations to ensure an agile, adaptive, and innovative workforce in an ever-evolving workplace landscape. We need to harness the power of innovation, technology, and ethical work environment in order to align HR practices with the demands of the modern workforce. In addition, we need to practice strategic human capital management, positioning HR as a pivotal driver of organizational success and national development. These essentials are not just ideals, but pillars upon which the future of HR will stand. The opportunity to lead this transformation, as highlighted in our theme, is here with us. Let us seize it with zeal and determination to create a difference. Let us strengthen our networking strategies to institutionalize successful HRM practices in our respective organizations. Thank you for listening to me.
Let's give a hand to Mr. Alwanga. Asante sana. Thank you. Colleagues, I think Mr. Alwanga has just given us actually challenges we are facing, current challenges and future current challenges we are facing in HR when it comes to transformation. We are talking of digital transformation. I know this workshop, this conference is going actually to address such issues. No, again, thank you very much, Mr. Alwanga. Without further ado, I'm going to the next speaker. Our next speaker is from Institute of Human Resources Management, is CHRP Dalma Adero. I hope he's around. Dalma Adero. Oh, you are presenting. Thank you. Welcome.
All right. Our esteemed Vice Chancellors, Deputy Vice Chancellors, the executive team from Venda University, distinguished delegates, good morning. Good morning once again. My name is Beatrice B. I'm standing here on behalf of CHRP Dalmas Odero Philip, who is the chairman of the Institute of Human Resource Management Council. I am the representative of Rift Valley region. I represent the Rift Valley region at the Council of the Institute of Human Resource Management. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning, before I read the remarks of our national chairman, I want to welcome you to this region. This is my region. And I want to say karibu sana to this region. Before I make the remarks of our national chairman, please allow me to introduce the members of the Institute who are here. Institute of Human Resource Management is the premier profession that is mandated to regulate the HR profession in this country. We also enhance, we are mandated, one of our mandates is to enhance the competencies of HR professionals in this country. We are a state corporation under the Ministry of Public Service, Human Capital Management, and Special Programs. And ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to request the council members who are here just to stand so that I introduce them to you. Yeah. Madam Executive Director, please be upstanding. Council Member Alwanga, Jackson Alwanga, who just made his remarks, is a council member of the Institute representing the Principal Secretary, State Department for Public Service. Thank you so much. We have our Executive Director, Madam Kuresha Abdullahi, who is the Executive Director of the Institute. Please, a round of applause for her. She will be speaking in the afternoon, a wonderful lady. We also have branch officials from this region who are my team. And please allow me to request them to stand. Branch officials, we have, yes, our chairman, the chairman of the branch, North Rift branch, Bwana Patrick Mayo. Please clap for him. Asante sana. We have, please your name. Yeah, Yego, Chris Yego. He is a branch official in this North Rift branch. Thank you so much. And also, ladies and gentlemen, I will not forget to recognize a very special lady who has been a very key person in organizing for this conference, Madam Zipporah Meto behind there. Please, a clap for her. She's very instrumental. This lady is one of those. She was a branch chair of this, the branch, IHRM branch in this region. I am very sure that the team from Venda University saw her leadership capabilities and therefore were able to appoint her as one of your representatives in this particular region. You made the right decision. All right, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to read the remarks from our national chairman. I'm the vice chairperson of the council as well. Esteemed vice chancellors, distinguished guests, honorable delegates, colleagues and friends, it is both a privilege and an honor to address this esteemed gathering at the inaugural Human Resource Management International Conference, jointly convened by Moi University and the University of Venda. I wish to begin by expressing my deep appreciation to the organizing committees from both institutions for the vision and effort invested in convening this momentous forum. The theme of this year's conference, Innovative Human Resource Strategies for Workforce Resilience and Sustainable Development, is timely and compelling. As we navigate an era characterized by technological disruption, geopolitical shifts, and environmental uncertainty, the role of human resource management has become even more pivotal. As the national chairperson of the Institute of Human Resource Management, I represent an institution mandated to promote professionalism, ethical conduct, and competence in HR practice across Kenya. The Institute has practice national labor policy and building strategic capacity among HR professionals. In alignment with the conference theme, IHRM has prioritized the following strategic pillars: digital transformation and agility. We are supporting the digital evolution of HR functions across sectors by promoting professional upskilling in HR information systems, artificial intelligence, and data analytics. Number 2 is workforce well-being and mental health. IHRM has taken a leading role in replacing employee mental health and well-being at the heart of organizational strategy, especially in the post-pandemic context. Number 3, is ethical leadership and governance. Through policy and advocacy, training and regulatory oversight, we continue to champion transparency, integrity, and inclusivity within the HR profession. Number 4 is collaborative partnerships and research. We recognize the critical role of academia and international partnerships. This conference exemplifies the type of collaboration needed to generate data-driven insights and inform responsive policy and practice. As we deliberate throughout this conference, I encourage all participants to reflect deeply on how our collective expertise can be harnessed to build resilient institutions, support workforce sustainability, and drive inclusive development across Africa and beyond. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to affirm that the Institute of Human Resource Management remains committed to supporting such initiatives that advance not only the HR profession, but the broader development agenda. Let us seize this opportunity to share knowledge, foster collaboration, and shape the future of work with foresight and courage. May this conference be productive and transformational for all. Thank you. Asanteni sana. Let me not step out without saying that my diploma is from Moi University.
Also, let me say, we don't know the name of the speaker.
Oh, my name is CHRP Beatrice B. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Asante Sana. Thank you. Colleagues, let's give you a hand again. Okay, colleagues, our next speaker is going to be online, and that is going to be Margaret Ngu. She's going to be online. Is it okay? Okay. While she's doing the connection, maybe we can go to the next speaker. Is it okay? Okay, thank you. So, in that case, we are going to have Academy of Management, HR Division representatives. I think I've mentioned Professor Hewitt. Thank you. Welcome. Give your hand.
Thank you. Hi, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for inviting me to be here. Representatives from both universities, colleagues, I'm so delighted to be here. My name is Dr. Rebecca Hewitt, or Bex, everyone calls me. I'm an associate professor in human resource management at the Rotterdam School of Management at Erasmus University. But I'm here today representing the HR division of the Academy of Management. So those of you who maybe don't know the Academy of Management, I know some of you do because we've already spoken about it this morning, but it's a scholarly association, a membership association with more than 20,000 members across 120 countries. And the focus is on generating and disseminating knowledge across all fields of management. But I'm here representing the HR division, and we're one of the largest divisions of the Academy of Management with over 3,000 members. And our focus is very much on what we're talking about here in the room. Our members are scholars and practitioners focusing on all of these topics we're talking about. Innovation in human resource management, resilience, strategic human resource management. So definitely something that I think connects to all of us in the room here. And because we're such an international division, half of our members are not from the US, and the Academy of Management was originally a US association. We have an ambassador program, and our ambassador program invites members of the HR division to be ambassador for their local country. We have 50 ambassadors representing different countries. We've already heard that Zipporah, who I can see is walking out the room, so I'm going to mention her before she leaves. So Zipporah at the back there is your ambassador for the whole of Kenya. So she is representing you on the Academy of Management. I would note that we only currently have 4 African countries represented on our ambassadorial program. So we only have ambassadors for South Africa, Kenya, Egypt, Ghana, and soon Morocco. So if you are an HR scholar interested in this kind of international outlook and you think you might want to represent your country, please speak to me. I'd be happy to talk to you about it. As an ambassador, you are really connecting the international HR scholarly community to your local community. And so being connected here through conferences, through workshops, being associated with your local association, these are the kind of things which really help our ambassadors. And we also encourage our ambassadors to work with each other. So this is such a wonderful event because it's such a great example of the kind of thing that can happen when scholars come together across borders. And I was very moved by the memorandum of understanding that was formed this morning. I thought that was such a wonderful moment to think about connecting the different universities together. So as an ambassador, you can do big things. You can also do very small things. Sometimes it can be just sharing insights, sharing knowledge, organizing webinars, really developing the HR scholarly community. So that's my shout out for the ambassador program, if you're interested. I also just wanted to mention that the Academy of Management, we have an annual conference every year, which is huge, 10,000 people coming together. But we also, every 2 years, have the HR Division International Conference. And that is a wonderful event. Almost exactly 2 years ago last week, it was in South Africa, our 5th HRIC. And that's where we actually, Elaine and I met Zipporah there, and that's kind of where the germ of this idea came from, because she said, I love this event, I would love to do something myself. But the next HRIC will be in Bangalore next year in India, and the one after that will be in Europe. We can't reveal the location yet. But in 2030, we don't know where the HRIC will be. So I'm just leaving that information in the room, just in case you feel inspired. And the reason I'm mentioning it now, of course, this is quite 5 years in the future, but I think if it's something that you think you might be interested in hosting in the future, we will open calls for proposals probably in a couple of years, but it's really good to have experienced one of the events beforehand. So if it's something you think you want to do in your university, either one of these two or maybe your own host university, I would really encourage you, if possible, to try and attend the one in India next year so you can experience it for yourself and you get a feeling for what the event is like. I think that was the last thing I wanted to say, other than to again, thank you very much. This is my first time in Kenya. I just arrived yesterday, so I'm very excited to experience this beautiful country and also to hear the great papers that we have on the program. I'm really, really excited by some of the titles I see there. So thank you very much and have a good conference.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's give you a hand again. Thank you. Colleagues, I think now we are going to have our main speaker. keynote address, and this is going to be from Professor Elaine Fendel. Professor, the platform is yours. You can come in. Give me a hand, please.
I felt the need to dress for the occasion. A very quick shout out. Zipporah Meto is going to be mentioned again, but this is her design. This is her work. So, thank you very much for inviting me. I am humbled and honored to be here today. It is wonderful to see so many distinguished delegates here today. I would like to thank the esteemed Vice Chancellor of Moi University for the invitation to be involved with this event, also the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Moi and the Executive Dean of the University of Venda. It's been wonderful meeting everybody and having good conversations with them already. Thank you also to all the members of the Department of Management Science and Entrepreneurship in the School of Business and Economics at Moi University, as well as the partners from the University of Venda from South Africa, for all the effort that went into putting this conference together in a very, very short 4-month period. So congratulations for doing that in such a short period of time. I think Dean Chiboy, who is not in the room right now, but he did mention that I was a little skeptical that so much could be put together so quickly. But I am absolutely amazed. Anytime I want anything done, I'm coming to Kenya because the work gets done. It's amazing. Everybody pulled together. So again, my congratulations. So the topic that I have for you today, innovative strategies for workforce resilience and sustainable HRM. I turned the title of the theme of the conference slightly. The idea is really to try to unpack some of the ways in which we can develop the whole workforce resilience through technology, some of the things that we've been hearing about from our other speakers so far. Before I go on though, I was looking at the BBC News this morning and I saw an item on there. Allow me to look at my phone for this. This is new news this morning. The news is that Microsoft founder Bill Gates says that most of his fortune, which is around $200 billion, will be spent on improving health and education services in Africa over the next 20 years, which is amazing news. So 69-year-old said that by unleashing human potential through health and education, every country in Africa should be on the path to prosperity. And specifically, later he says, in a message to young innovators, the tech billionaire noted that mobile phones had revolutionized banking in Africa and argued that AI should now be used for the continent's benefit. Africa largely skipped traditional banking, and now you have a chance, as you build your next generation healthcare systems, to think about how AI is built into that. So we have it's breaking news. This is happening right now. This is a challenge ahead, an opportunity ahead. I want to speak on some of these issues around technology in particular and how we might work as HR scholars and HR professionals to make the most of these opportunities. I don't have a mechanism for changing slides. Can I just, I nod when things are happening. Okay, so I want to talk about workforce resilience through knowledge democratization. So this is an overview of what I'm going to look at, how knowledge democratization can lead to sustainable HRM, and which in turn then leads to the greater good. So I'm talking about knowledge democratization through two avenues. One is generative AI, and the other is open science. Sustainable HRM, sustainability can happen through three different routes. One is in the workplace, through employment. Another is through the HR function, HR professionals. And another is through HR scholarship. So I'll look at each of those. And then we're talking about the greater good in the sense of both individuals, organizations, and society. So how can we pull all these three things together? So knowledge democratization, what is this? Essentially, societies develop through the creation and sharing of knowledge. That's how we move forward. But that requires a couple of steps in that process. Particularly when developing knowledge, first of all, we need access to data and information. And then secondly, we need to be able to actually do something with that data and information once we have it. So we'll talk more in a moment about how generative AI is opening up that access, but we need the skills and tools and technology and everything to be able to actually do something with that. It will not make us better just on its own. So I'm talking about knowledge democratization, and by that I mean making things more open, inclusive, and available to a broad range of people, please, which will ultimately result in broader participation in the creation, dissemination, and use of knowledge for the greater good. So how do we open this up? How do we give everybody a chance, basically? Okay, I've got a short video here just to talk. I'm sure many in the room are very familiar with generative AI already, but this is one perspective on Gen AI I wanted to share with you. If you could play the video, please.
What is generative artificial intelligence, or generative AI? Generative AI is an artificial intelligence technology that can create new content in text, image, music, and video forms. Businesses are exceptionally excited by the possibilities of specialized generative AI models because they can be trained on an organization's own corporate data. And they can collaborate with knowledge workers to dramatically boost productivity. Estimates value the productivity boost at up to $8 trillion a year to the global economy. An example of generative AI is chatbots, which have taken the world by storm, thanks to their ability to write human-like conversational text. They can express complex ideas synthesized from the vast volumes of information on which they are trained. In business, they can help write or improve emails and presentations, help ideate new marketing campaigns, and much more. Generative AI relies on machine learning models that mimic human neural networks, a concept that dates back to early AI research. Critical algorithms emerged in the 1980s that advanced the science, and in the last few years, new training algorithms. The availability of purpose-built processing units, for example, GPUs, which provide massively parallel processing power, and refinements in training datasets. These have all led to the systems that we use today. The result is generative AI models that appear to create surprisingly like humans do. Innovation in generative AI is accelerating at breathtakingly fast speed as businesses all over the world experiment with it, while entrepreneurs and investors launch new business ideas to build upon it. Generative AI has launched a new era in technology that promises both greater productivity and new ways to solve business problems that simply weren't previously possible.
Okay, so it's opportunities to boost productivity and new ways of solving business problems that weren't available to us before. So this is very much a corporate perspective on generative AI. Please. There are actually, though, two different types of generative.
What is generative artificial intelligence, or generative AI?
Should be the next slide. There we go. Thank you. There are two types of generative AI, two streams of generative AI. The first one is public Gen AI, and that's the one that most of us will be familiar with ChatGPT or Microsoft Copilot or Genesis or whichever AI tool that you have found out there. That is open to all. That is democratization. It's available to everyone who has a device that can be connected to the internet, which obviously excludes a lot of people still, but it includes an awful lot more than had previously been able to access such powerful tools for gathering data and information. Please. There is also private Gen I, though. Private Gen I is the tools that are being built by organizations. So inside companies, they're building their own AI systems. So those systems do not have the same openness that public Gen I has. So the private Gen I are very, very powerful tools inside organizations, and organizations are doing this because they want to protect their data. You know, if they're putting their data out into ChatGPT, then we all have access to it. So they want to keep it inside the organization. So they develop their own private Gen AI tools. So that is just one piece we've got to start thinking about in terms of democratization. What's the use of public versus private Gen AI? I'll come back to that in a moment, please. I have another short video for you, because the other piece that I said was part of knowledge democratization is open science. Open science may or may not be a familiar term. It's very much an academic piece, but the point is that open science shouldn't just be academic. It should expand beyond that. So if we could just play that short video, please.
Open science, a set of practices that together recognise the importance of transparency to facilitate good science on a global scale. Creating an open, collaborative environment allows researchers to conduct the best possible science for themselves, for the global scientific community, and ultimately for humanity as a whole.
One of the major problems with our current way of publishing is that quite a lot of our results are published in journals where you have to pay to access them. And that means that only the fortunate few who have the money are able to access those data, and a large proportion of the scientists in the world can't see those data. Since science absolutely depends on us being able to build on other people's results, open science solves this problem of us being able to access everybody else's data sets and be able to test their conclusions.
I very much feel with open science it requires a paradigm shift across the whole community in a coherent way, so that there's increasing recognition of the value of sharing data, of the value of sharing code, and of sharing results early on. Oftentimes my graduate students are trying to recreate the results of a paper, and they just find that they can't do that. There's insufficient information given, and I think that's why increasing the use of open science practices can only make scientific practice better and accelerate the rate of knowledge discovery.
You can stop the video, please. Okay, it goes on for more explanation, but that's the core of what open science is about. It's about trying to create transparency, making data available to all. Sorry, next, please. No, yeah, thank you. So open science is a combination of these different things. Open education, making opportunities available to the many. Open access in terms of journal articles, that we can actually all read whatever articles that we want to read. Open peer review, open source data, open methods. All of these different factors come together to create open science that makes science available to the many, not to the few. The reality is, is that this can be particularly powerful when we combine it with generative AI. So we have all this research out there, all these publications, all this data available out there, and now we have this tool, generative AI, that can help us to interpret that quickly and effectively. So we don't have to be equipped to understand the intricacies of a certain method in conducting research to understand the implications of a piece of research that has been conducted. Put these two together, please. Then we can actually contribute in the HR field to evidence-based HRM. We have a much greater chance of making decisions based on data rather than just rely on gut feel. I think gut feel goes alongside data, put the two together, but at least now we have the data and we have the ability to use that data to make good decisions in organizations. However, there's always a but. You know, there's an ideal world there. We have this opening up through Gen AI and open science, but there are strategic tensions that we need to address. We have to think in terms of, strategic tensions and a growth in inequality. These are two areas that we need to address in terms of the problems that can arise from this. So strategic tensions refers to employees or workers versus employers in organizations. So employees, through public Gen AI and open access, have greater access to data and the tools to increase their knowledge. So they can get information that they need about their work, maybe about their working conditions. Are they in compliance with legal requirements, for example? Ask ChatGPT, probably is going to tell you. They didn't have that access previously. But at the same time, the employer also has its Gen AI tools, access to more information, and consequently can also monitor employees more closely. So vast amount of data about all of the organizational workers can be collected and processed by the employer to change potentially how they operate in the organization. Please. Employees having greater access to data, so knowledge democratization for employees, increases voice inside the organization. But the employer, it increases control. And voice and control don't fit too well together. They are actually a tension within an organization. So we start to see sort of, who wins here? Are we talking about voice winning or are we talking about control winning? The reality is that democracy only happens in organizations, certainly private organizations, when it means that there is a bottom line benefit for that organization. So democracy only happens in organizations when it contributes to performance. So who's going to control whether democracy happens or not? The organization. If it's the organization controlling that voice, is it real democratic voice? We have to think about some of those tensions. The other side is the potential for growth in inequality. I'm talking about democratization of knowledge. So why am I talking about inequality? That's the opposite of that direction. But the reality is that there are different tensions there as well. Digital literacy, who is trained, who has the education to be able to actually use these tools? Gen AI or open science, who can actually access this? We also know about bias in algorithms within Gen AI. We know that things, somebody said this morning already, the technology is only as good as the human input into that. If we give the technology bad information, it's going to give us bad answers. So that bias is a real tension that we need to address through creating as much transparency as possible. So if we're relying on an algorithm to make a decision, we need to know what that algorithm is. We need to understand it. The final piece in the inequality bit is about who owns data about us as individuals. Our data is out there, it's in the cloud, it's in all these different apps and things. Who owns that data? Companies are making a lot of money selling that data as a commodity. So again, the inequality there is between companies' power over owning our data, whereas us as individuals, surely we should own that data. So we have to think about these potentials for inequality along the way when thinking about knowledge democratization. So I said knowledge democratization can lead to sustainable HRM, which can lead to the greater good. That's the core of the arguments here. So what is HRM for the greater good? There are three dimensions. The first one is multiple stakeholders. HR is not just about employees. It's not just about organizations. It also has a societal component. So in other words, the better that we make jobs in organizations, the stronger the society at the end of the day. We make for a better economy. We make for a better work experience. We make for better mental health, that's been mentioned quite a bit this morning also as well. But when we are trying to keep employees happy, and we're trying to keep employers happy, and we are trying to keep society happy, we have the potential for conflicting agendas there. Society wants a very strong economy, organizations want to be profitable, employees, workers want to be healthy and happy and well paid. Yes, it can all work together, but it can also create tensions when those things do not actually fully align. Yes. The second piece I want to know is context specificity. Every organization has an internal context and an external context. So inside the organization, there are traditions about how HR has normally been practiced. We have our existing labor force, we have our employees, they have a certain set of skills. And based on those traditions and the skills we have in the organization and where the organization wants to go to, we put certain policies and practices in place. That's the internal driver of HR. Externally, we have legislation, there may be external labor movement, various other factors in the external environment in which the organization is operating that ultimately affect how we do HR inside the organization. So HR is not just HR. HR is something that is embedded in an organization, affected by the broader context as well. And then the third piece, building this story for greater good, is multidimensional performance. It links back to the multiple stakeholders. So here we're saying, okay, we're trying to keep multiple stakeholders happy, so we need to be performing for the employees, we need to be performing as an organization, and we need to be helping build the economy, build a good society. So again, we get the issue of, is there a potential there for mutual gains? Everybody's happy? Or are we going to have to compromise for one in order for another to win? And then we end up with more competing outcomes. These issues are not new issues. I'm on the screen there. I don't expect you to be able to read the details in the different models, but the Harvard model and the Michigan model are the core of strategic human resource management. And they were basically developed in the 1980s. It's a couple of years ago now. But a lot of the messages in these models have been forgotten in our research and in our practice to a certain extent. So the Harvard model, what it was focusing on was trying to emphasize what it actually says here is long-term consequences. So long-term consequences for individual well-being, organizational effectiveness, and societal well-being. Those three stakeholders. What has happened in practice is everybody's focused on the middle piece here, which is all about HR practices and their outcomes at the individual, at the organizational level. So job satisfaction, commitment, engagement, things like that. We forgot about the long-term consequences. And that's what I want to argue we need to pull back in more. The Michigan model was well known for, the Michigan model, back please, was known for the internal and external context. So there we talk about internally, we have mission and strategy, the HR strategy and organizational structure. That's the internal operations, but outside of that we have economic forces, political forces, and cultural forces. All of these things are determining how we actually operate inside the firm. So you put these two things together, and then you can start to see this broader picture of what HR can look like for the greater good if we take into consideration all of these different aspects. Please. So what I am arguing for is a stronger focus on what I call balanced HRM. So we're balancing people, prosperity, and planet. We're trying to make sure that all three are getting equal attention inside organizations, in the employment relationship, in work. That we focus on the individual workers, that we do focus on the prosperity of organizations. If we forget that, they won't exist anymore, but also considering sustainability from a planet perspective too. Okay, so what I would like to do now is basically build some research propositions for you that make this connection between knowledge democratization, sustainable HRM, and the greater good. Please. So the first area is about individual level, and this is about the employment relationship, so the workplace. I'm going to talk about this at three levels. One is the workplace, the other is the HR profession, and the third is HR scholarship. So individual level workplace. We can get better informed workers through Gen AI and open science. Knowledge democratization can help this. And perhaps this can help to shift the power balance a little in the favor of employees. The more they understand about what's happening inside the organization, the better the chance they have of being able to impact and make a difference in that organization. But this remains dependent, as I was saying, on access and ability. So we need to be able to get to the tools, we need to be trained in how to use those tools, so that we can actually turn information and data into knowledge to then have an impact inside the organization. Please. So an example I have here for you is recruitment and selection. So organizational justice, so the fairness of a recruitment and selection process can increase greatly with knowledge democratization. So the idea is that there is more information on both sides. The employee, or the prospective employee, the applicant, can find out a lot about the organization online. Pull a lot of information from all these different sources. They can craft their CV, craft their letter, so that they are able to make the biggest impact. Gen AI can help with all of that. But equally, the employer can scan all of your social media, can scan anything you've ever said to anybody somewhere, pulling that information together. So they have a lot more information too. And ultimately, that can result in a more transparent negotiation. So people know what they're letting themselves in for on both sides. The individual knows the organization knows the individual. And negotiations around pay, for example, might be more open, again, with more information available. And ultimately, this can lead to a more balanced exchange relationship. So remember what I said at the start, this potential to have this shift of power a little towards the employees. I'm not saying swinging completely the other direction, but it creates more opportunity for employees to have a say here. Please. So now looking at the organization level. It's, again, still in the employment relationship. So in the workplace, unions, works councils, various bodies that represent employees may be able to have more voice because they can get more information about the organization. One of the biggest problems in negotiation is one side having all the information and the other side not having any information. With Gen AI and open science, that's addressing that and trying to make it a more even balance across the table. It also means that employees may have more awareness of sustainability and social justice issues, and that is the seed that helps to build future movements and activism that can really make a difference for employees and workers. So we saw that happen in the sweatshops in India a number of years ago, where certain individuals started to become aware of their rights. And as they became aware of their rights, they'd realized just how badly they were being treated, and therefore able to start a movement that ultimately led to changes and developments and improvements for workers in that environment. But, as I mentioned, we also have the risk of greater control by the employer, the organization. So employee monitoring becomes so easy. There are organizations that make you wear things on your wrist. We wear them voluntarily. Our data is being collected. You know, our heart rate, don't want to look at what my heart rate is right now, but it's there, the information, that data is available. So we're collecting sensitive data, we're streamlining work so that make it as efficient as possible, but that means it's more intense for the worker. And as a consequence, you're also getting stress from working more intensively, but you're also getting stress from the fact that you know someone's watching you. You know, that monitoring is happening over your shoulder at all points in time. So there are consequences to that democratization process, please. So then at the third level, the good of society and the employment relationship, what knowledge democratization can create is greater transparency of organizational activities. We know what's going on inside organizations, and we don't have to rely just on the media for that. We can dig around ourselves and find out more information. So what I'm arguing for is that we need a lot more governance of how information is being gathered and used. So for one example is that there is a European framework agreement on digitalization that was established in 2020 that starts to say, you know, how can individuals and organizations use all this new information and data, please. One example, there were strikes in the US for about 3 or 4 months because this was in the entertainment industry, and there's fear around, you know, what's going to happen, who's writing scripts for movies? Yeah, who is actually doing that now? Is it Gen AI or is it people? And am I allowed to use Gen AI or not in that process? So these two organizations, Writers Guild of America and Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, came together to build an agreement to be very clear on how AI can be used in the entertainment industry in this example. But it's one of few examples that exist at the moment that actually are trying to put guidelines around use. And I'm arguing that this is an essential part that we need to be looking at, because if we're not checking how things are being used, they tend to be abused. So there are opportunities there, please. Now let's think about HR professionals. So the HR department and HR professionals working in organizations. What does this all mean for them? Knowledge democratization can increase the competence of HR professionals. We can teach ourselves more, we can learn more. If we are more competent, we can have a more strategic role. And a lot of the transactional activities was mentioned earlier today as well. All of that stuff can be pushed away and carried out by Gen AI tools, and we can focus more on the value-added activities in organizations. Please. So one of the examples is chatbots, HR chatbots. We don't need to be there, the person sitting in the office waiting for someone to ask us a question about sending their payslip. Yeah, that can be handled easily online, and many more complex questions as well. But what we can as HR professionals do is take that time instead to be thinking about how can we make the organization better, how can we look after our employees more. So the technology is there to help us with that, please. At the organization level, there's a stronger role for HR in balancing triple bottom line benefits. So remember, people, prosperity, planet. You know, HR can be more active in thinking about those connections and not, you know, stuck in the making sure people's addresses are up to date in the system, or making sure they're getting paid on time. Think about these bigger issues, making a real difference. It also can lead to greater equitable treatment of employees and workers inside organizations. And I mentioned people are becoming more aware of their rights. It's very easy to find out whether something is in compliance or not. So that can make a real difference at an organizational level, that we can treat people more equitably. Please. And then how can the HR department contribute to the good of society? One area is to think about encouraging employee behaviors that are aligned with sustainability goals or social justice goals. You know, how do we reward people who demonstrate strong links to sustainability, strong behavior in that space? We can create policies that help to develop that, which ultimately have an impact on society as a whole. And increasing social justice inside organizations and making sure that HR is focused on including as many people as possible rather than excluding individuals. You know, how do we make sure the organization is as inclusive as possible? Please. The third piece that I said I would speak about is HRM scholarship. So for all the researchers and teachers in the room, this bit's for you. What can knowledge democratization do for you as an individual, as an HR scholar? So we have more big data available out there. That creates opportunities for more sophisticated research, better understanding of employees and workplaces. We can use that data to understand things. Scraping Twitter or X was never a thing, that wasn't an option when I was doing my PhD. It's there now and it's happening. But the data is out there and is a different type of data. It can really get to some of the in-depth knowledge that we need about organizations. But again, just to kind of put a note alongside that, let's not get sucked too far down that way. There are still lots of very other valuable, like qualitative types of research that we need to do as well. But big data it's an and. It's not a either or. Use that those new sources of data as well. Please. So at the next level, how can knowledge democratization help universities or help the discipline? Well, there are greater opportunities for collaboration and research through open science. So open science is really opening the doors for people to be able to work more closely together, look at each other's work, replicate. In the little video there, it was talking about students replicating previous studies to understand how it's done. Open science allows us to do that. And in doing so, then we become more expert, and then we can collaborate with those individuals who were originally involved and build some new research. So it's opening a lot of doors. And then HR scholarship for the good of society as a whole. This knowledge democratization trend is opening up opportunities at this broader level where access to information, data, publications, has been traditionally much more limited, such as in the Global South. So hopefully people are actually seeing that they can access articles that they want to read, and it's not behind a paywall all the time. It's a slow process, there's still a long way to go, but that is one of the trends that is happening at the moment. Okay, please. So just to emphasize, this knowledge democratization movement, can we say it is really going to help HRM and create sustainable HR for the greater good? Well, yes, if we use it appropriately, but not if we abuse it, please. And use is empowerment, putting the power into the hands of the people who need it to make a difference. But abuse is control to stop that empowerment happening. And thinking about how organizations generally have the power to control. So how do we ensure that there's empowerment alongside, sensible control? It's not a free-for-all. We need some control there, but how can we balance those two better? Please. So I've got a couple of sort of sets of questions, and then I will wrap up. The first is to the HR professionals in the room. And my kind of question there is, what can HR do to create HRM for the greater good? And my first kind of suggestion is get educated. Be educated all about Gen AI and open science and how this can actually make me have a different impact in the organization. Consider having a relationship with IT if you don't already. In other words, have an input into those algorithms. If you're using algorithms to select candidates, you need to absolutely know what data and what decisions are being made on that data to be able to rely on what you're then receiving. Practice evidence-based management. So use the data that's available, use your new knowledge to make decisions. That's how you really influence the organization. If you're asking the head of the organization, the CEO, to invest in a new training and development program, then you need to have the figures behind that. And evidence-based HRM can give you that. Use the data. And the last piece is a call to collaborate with researchers and co-create knowledge. So the only way that research really works is if we can get in organizations and find out what's happening on the ground. And based on that, we can build new knowledge to help develop how organizations might be more effective in the future. Ultimately, our job opportunities for your attention, and I think we're opening to questions. Okay, thank you.
Maintain that one. I think everyone heard. Okay, colleagues, what we are going to do, myself, I'll be on the left and you'll be on the right. So those who have questions, I think we're challenged. There's artificial intelligence in human resources. There's the voice and the control. How do you balance this thing? That's a big challenge. So colleagues, it's open for questions. Anyone with a question, please. I'll come to you if you've got a question. And she's here.
Thank you, and thank you for your wonderful presentation. My question, I know you've talked about the use of AI in the workplace. How can we use or reduce the use of AI in a university setting? Like our students, we know they're using AI. So how can we reduce that? Thank you.
That's a great question, and if I had the answer, I would be very rich right now. No, but the reality is that employers or organizations are using AI. The students that we are, helping through the process and then going into employment need to be able to understand how to use AI to be effective in their jobs. So I don't think the answer is banning AI, in the education space. But as we know, the problem is AI can be very convincing. And if you upload your assignment to it and it will give you an answer and you can look at that and go, yeah, okay, I'll just submit that, sounds good to me. You have learned nothing from that assignment. That is the big danger that we have. But if we ban it, then we prevent learning a new set of skills that are essential for the future workforce. So there's a balance somewhere in between that first of all, requires making it 100% clear to students what they can and cannot do with AI in your course. So at the moment, it tends to be vague. So people are saying, okay, you can use it for this assignment. Okay, what does use it mean? You know, to what extent can you use it? We have to kind of get clear about those things. And when one professor says you can use it and another professor says you can use it, does that actually mean the same thing? Because students are getting very confused with that. I think the biggest danger we have is we don't know what we don't know. And when AI gives us an answer, how do we know if it's right or wrong? So I think one of the key things that we have to develop in all of our students, irrespective of what discipline they're coming from, is critical thinking. So when they see an answer, they don't just go, thanks, got the answer. They actually review it and work out, is that correct? So go back, ask more questions. For every answer you get, ask another 2 questions. That's the only way that you're going to actually learn. And I think people, the students who are growing up in the generation that's reliant on AI, they are at the biggest danger because they don't learn the basics to be able to ask the right questions. So we need to teach students how to ask questions as much as how to give answers. That's my very long explanation, but thank you for the question.
Another question here.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for that brilliant presentation. In Africa, particularly in East Africa, my colleagues here in East Africa will bear me witness that we are dealing with the students sometimes who are not interested in learning, and they are interested in papers mostly. So when the AI is on board, it comes back to us as facilitators and lecturers. Are we really helping these students to learn, or we are helping them to acquire papers? And when we go on the labor market, we get people who are really raw in critical thinking. It is a challenge, and we don't know the way forward. Thank you, Prof.
Yes, thank you for that question. I would argue that this isn't a Gen AI issue. I think this is an ongoing issue that started way before Gen AI was even really being developed. I'll share with you an experience I've had. So I'm from the UK originally. I moved to the Netherlands, and I was working there for 7 years as a professor there. And then I moved to the USA. I've been there 16 years now. When I made the move from the Netherlands to the USA, I noticed a very different learning culture. So my answer to your question is culture. The Dutch students were very independent and wanted to get knowledge. They wanted to push you as far as they could to get knowledge from you and learn from you. When I went to the US, how do I get an A? Yeah, that was it. I don't really want to know much, just how do I get an A? Which is a very, very different learning culture. And it took me a while to kind of adjust to that, because you have to adjust. You can't just start doing things, carry on doing things as you were, because it's just not going to work. You've got a disconnect between you and the students. But you need in your classroom to try to turn that culture around from how do I get an A to how do I learn? And something about that is like sparking that flame, that desire to actually, learn something new today. Build that passion, build that excitement, and then you'll get them gradually kind of, oh, actually, I enjoyed learning that. Teach me something new the next day, and gradually shifting away from how do I get an A, how do I get a certificate, how do I get a paper, to how do I learn. But that's something that we have to do as professors in classrooms and try and change that culture.
Okay, you go ahead.
Thank you very much, Prof, for your very enlightening presentation. My name is Lavo from University of Venda. So I was particularly interested in the multiple stakeholder approach to human resource management. And when I was looking at the stakeholders that you particularly mentioned, the individual, the organization, and the society, what came to my mind was that from the strategic human resource perspective, traditionally, most organizations would have focused more on what we would say is a client-oriented or customer-oriented strategies. And I see here, and I suspect this would have been deliberate, that there was no emphasis on the client or the customer, unless if that is included in the society. But what breaks the question here is the fact that there seems to be a shift from a client-based strategy to society-based strategy, or what is known today as social or corporate social responsibility. So, but then my question is, because most organizations are generally client-based, because this is business, if we're being honest, how do we strike the balance between the client-based strategy to what is known now as corporate social responsibility? Because we have seen that sometimes the overemphasis of the client or the customer, it is at the detriment of even the individuals, employees themselves, where employees are told to smile at the customer all the time while they are not happy. But because this is the strategy of the company to keep the client happy, therefore they have to do it. So now I just wanted clarity there because I found that to be very, very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excellent points. So the client piece is essentially the organization as the stakeholder. So in other words, having the client focus is about making money at the end of the day. I would argue that we don't have to see this as how do we switch from one to the other, but how do we make them both work together? Because by delivering as such to clients and making money doesn't have to be at the expense of workers or at the expense of society. And there are many organizations out there that are more, if they have like a values-based approach, more than kind of the focus on pure profit. But I think one of the key things is that awareness is growing. The UN sustainability goals, who in this room hasn't seen that picture with all the boxes, with all the different goals? Before that came out, there was not so much of awareness or understanding of sustainability. Now it's being pushed in a lot of ways. The problem we have is it's a culture piece as well in terms of inside organizations. So why does an organization do corporate social responsibility and pursue some of those sustainability goals? Is it for PR or is it for actual, those are our values and we want to do that? A lot of organizations have done it for PR purposes. Now, clients, customers, and workers can help to shift it the other way. So if you choose to work for an organization that actually is committed to sustainability values, then you are promoting that way of working in terms of choosing that organization over another organization that is only doing it for PR purposes. Same as a customer, all of us, we can choose where we buy our groceries, where we buy our clothes, where we buy a car. Those sort of things, we can make decisions that ultimately impact whether organizations that are sustainability focused become more successful, or we prefer to maybe save money. I'll give you the example that is always quoted in the USA. Walmart is a huge organization. Walmart is in every town across the US. They have some international operations, but it's predominantly a US focused organization. It is so huge and is very much focused on a profit. It's the prosperity profit goal above all else. But they're so huge that they can control the producers. So across Africa, there are organizations here producing goods for Walmart. But Walmart can tell you, I'm going to pay X for your good. No, but we wanted Y. But no, Walmart can say X. And if you say no, they'll just go to the next organization. So they have huge, huge power. That sort of organization certainly helps to build the prosperity, and it employs a lot of people, a very large number of people. So that's great, it's employment, but it's not the best work and it's not the best paid. So what we, as individuals, what we can do is we can choose, who we want to support, who we want to work for, that can help to kind of shift that emphasis a little bit more towards the sustainability side and the social justice side as well. But at the same time, the organization can still be prosperous and individuals can still, experience well-being. Again, it's balance. It's about how do we balance those multiple stakeholder perspectives, and it is possible to put three together and end up with mutual gains. But it's a small proportion of organizations who know how to do that properly, and a lot of it is about culture and leadership and how they put those ideas across.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for an excellent presentation. My name is Mahlodi Joyce Situ from the University of Venda. You said something very powerful, and that's worrisome when you indicated the issue of it's dangerous that you don't know that you don't know. But if you have this scholarship having your back, I think for us it assists wherein you get some form of knowledge, some form of training, some form of empowerment. And I listened to the question that Professor Chilia asked, and I want to take it as a follow-up with one simple question, that how do you think about the triple Ps that you just alluded to us earlier on, the people, your prosperity, and the planet, as a balanced HRM strategy? Do you think that would be an ideal situation to both the sectors, public and private, or not? You think aloud for things that will affect to that inequality that everybody would question. Because I would say there is growth for inequality, but what are we doing about it?
Yeah, important questions. I'm not sure it was a simple question. You said it was going to be simple. It wasn't simple. But yes, it's relevant to private and public. Traditionally, public sector has taken on the role of the good employer in a lot of countries. So it's stable employment. You're not going to get super rich, but you've got good benefits. It role models employment in a lot of countries. So whatever's happening in the balancing, we talk about people, prosperity, and planet. Prosperity applies to the public sector. We still have to operate within budgets. We still have to function financially, even though we're not trying to make profit as such. It's still relevant. So to the extent that the public sector can role model these good behaviors, that over the years traditionally has been a role for the public sector. The private sector, on the other hand, is generally seen as more opportunist. So the private sector doesn't traditionally worry about trying to do balanced HRM, and doesn't have to. Walmart does not do balanced HRM. They are one of the biggest, most successful companies on the globe. But what I'm trying to sort of argue is we need to be able to have a perspective that tries to take more into account than just us as individuals. yet think about the legacy that we're developing, for our children, grandchildren, etc. We want a better society, and organizations are well positioned to contribute to that society. So as individual workers, we can also make a step towards that by sharing our values and enhancing that. But yeah, public and private equally have a role to play in this through role modeling, but also ultimately making hard business decisions that can still be delivering on the prosperity piece.
Any question, colleagues? Last question? Oh, on the back.
Thank you so much, Prof. My question is very simple and straightforward. So basically we are hiring in this particular organization. So when we are doing so, we have implemented AI to do everything for us. So how do we ensure fairness in this whole talent acquisition process?
I'm really sorry, I'm having difficulty understanding.
I'm saying in this particular organization, we are recruiting, we are hiring the employees. So now we are making use of the AI. So my question is, how do we ensure the fairness in this talent acquisition process?
Another really simple question, huh? Again, I would be very rich if I knew the answers exactly. But no, the key thing is transparency. So you need to know, if you're using AI, what is AI doing? What data is it using? How is it processing that data? And as an HR person, the only way you're probably going to know that is by talking to the company or the individual who wrote that program, who designed that AI system. And that, I mean, that's the bottom line. There are so much, there's an example, I think Amazon was one of the first organizations to use AI in its recruitment process. And in doing so, it was private Gen AI. So it was an internal system. It developed an algorithm for sifting through all the applications that were coming into the organization based on Amazon data. And when they launched it and were using it, they discovered that no women were being employed. No women were being selected using that process. Because Amazon is a tech industry. Tech industry is dominated by men. And the information that the system had, the historical Amazon data, was that men do better. So therefore, we're not going to hire any women because they're not going to do any good. We only want men, which was not what the organization was trying to do, but that's the system that they built. So the outcome made them look back at it, but my argument is, don't wait for the outcome. Know what you're going into. Find out what data is being used, what algorithm is being used. If you're wanting to create a more diverse workforce, you can't use historical data if you're trying to shift something, because it will just push you back to where it was previously. So a short answer, basically, we're still working out exactly how to use Gen AI in recruitment, but key thing, transparency, ask questions.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, let's give a hand. Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much. Okay, colleagues, while she's taking a seat, I think is our tradition in Africa to do asante to our VIP and the guests. So we are going to take 10 minutes of the asante where we present a small token to our VIPs and our guest speakers. So the ladies, can you do justice, please? This one is working. Oh, this is working.
Okay. Thank you very much. Our speakers for the day, we really want to appreciate, and we're continuing to engage. We're just going to take a brief session. This morning we witnessed a wedding. And as it is by tradition, you have to give to the groom and the groom because we don't have a bride. So I'll ask our Vice Chancellor to kindly come here. And also the representative of the Vice Chancellor of Venda, who are the gifts, who are the bride and the groom. So we need to make this day stand out. So I'll ask our Vice Chancellor, the deep. It's a very small ceremony just to remember. And I think we'll do some music. We can't just, I think those of us from our culture, we dance during weddings. And yes, and you're free to dance also. Okay, our DJ. So our Vice Chancellor will gift the representative of the VC from Venda this gift. The music is boycotting. Okay, we'll also ask the VC to gift our beautiful ladies, Professor Eileen and Professor Bex. Kindly come to the front. You were I think the flower girls, or what were you for this wedding? What was your role? The bridesmaids. So that's at the side. Yes. You start with you can start with Elaine since she's the closest. No protocol.
Pai mo bulel dande bomman amutum danyo wa si
Yeso la paye tap tay tap kel gosunda yeah very nice yes itai tap kel very nice, very good. Yeah, very nice. Very good. Yeah.
Okay, and the final gift goes to the other Chancellor. Thank you for gracing us and coming to be with us. I know you have a busy schedule, but you made it. Thank you for your welcome. This does not mean this is the end of the gifting. We still have other gifting sessions. So thank you very much, and that is the end of the session. Thank you. Maybe we can dance a little boogie.
Very nice. Very nice.
Thank you, colleagues. Now we are going for lunch. I just hope my lady. Okay, I understand that there are meal cards for us, which is going to be issued. I think it's outside. Yes, and then I think. Oh, it is downstairs at the restaurant. So everyone now is lunch. Our lunch is going to be from 1 to 2 o'clock, and we'll be back here. Okay. Yeah, on time. Everybody. If I miss you, So high tempo, please.
Very nice. Ita utumda Abraham. Owe Rebecca. Asulda anyonga tutet. Ita utumda Abraham. Owe Rebecca. Asulda anyonga tutet.
Hey, come on, guys.
Very good. Yeah. Very nice. Very good. Yeah. Very nice. Tunda.
See.
Na tupige saluti. Onge bye bye tu. Mambo ni mbele kwa mbele. Very nice. Na tupige saluti. Onge bye bye tu. Mambo ni mbele kwa mbele. Yeah. Very nice. Asa ya nyondunda nyam. Kongo gitaya. Amusara mekegerge. Yeah. Very nice. Asa ya nyondunda nyam. Kongo gitaya. Amusara mekegerge. Yeah. Very nice. Trago eganyon very good. Yeah. Very nice. Trago eganyon very good. Yeah. Very nice. Ayati bye bye tungan. Asige roso chanungo ngereji. Ayati bye bye tungan. Asige roso chanungo ngereji. Very good. Yeah. Very nice. Trago eganyon very good. Yeah. Very nice. Yes, all of the tap tainya. Itai tap kelye kya amu edigo sulai. Yeah. Very nice. Yes, all of the tap tainya. Itai tap kelye kya amu edigo sulai. Yeah. Very nice. Tunda.
Okaske toik tugul. Amomika. Karibu sana. Mbarikiwe kabisa.
You don't need to carry your computers and other things. This place will be locked. You don't need to carry your computers and your bags. You can keep them safe somewhere. The place will be locked, so everything is safe. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch.
Very good. Yeah. Very nice. Tunda gata nyonga ura. Yeah. Very nice. Tunda gata nyonga ura. Yeah. Very nice. Tunda. Very good. Yeah. Very nice. Tunda. Very good. Yeah. Very nice. Tunda eganyon very good. Yeah. Very nice. Tunda eganyon very good. Yeah. Very nice. Tunda. Chabarbar fire. Yeah. Very nice. Tunda. Yeah. Very nice. Tunda. Yeah. Very nice. Tunda.
Producer ba.
What does a pool day in Dubai look like? Oh, it looks like this.
kupitia wimbo ni mtete Mungu, mataifa wapate sikia mazuri ya Mungu, vile ni mwema kwetu.
Sisi ni bure bila Mungu, tulivyo navyo ni vya Mungu, kufanikiwa ni Mungu tu, mtabaki na Mungu. Nadhani wamwelewa Mungu, si Mungu wa kushindwa kitu, kwa wengi amefanya kitu na sasa wanasifu.
Asante kwa baraka za upendo wako, najifunza wabariki, wapatie na wengine. Asante kwa baraka za maisha yangu, najifunza wanipenda, nishe na wengine Bwana. Na kutuma wimbo uende kwa yule ukambariki, nenda mwambie akuyambie vile kuinua watu, vile kubariki, nenda ufike nyumbani, kazini, uende na Mungu, usishindwe kitu, nenda ufike
wimbo sema na yule we rafiki wa wote, una upaguzi wimbo, nenda wimbo kwenye gari, wambie ofisini, kazini, nyumbani, popote, wimbo, enda wimbo. Neno la Bwana Mungu wetu likitamka juu ya kitu halitarudi bila kitu, lazima litimie. Umeomba kitu kwa Mungu, huyu ndiye Mungu wa vitu, kupata na kukosa vitu, mwamuzi bado yeye.
Asante kwa baraka za upendo wako, najifunza wabariki, wapatie na wengine. Asante kwa baraka za maisha yangu, najifunza wanipenda, nishe na wengine Bwana.
Na kutuma wimbo
uende kwa yule ukambariki, nenda mwambie akuyambie vile kuinua watu, vile kubariki, nenda ufike nyumbani, kazini, uende na Mungu, usishindwe kitu, nenda.
Wengine wakisifia wimbo wisi wanapona, wambie mazuri ya Mungu, wimbo. Wengine wakisifia wimbo wisi wanapona, enapopata wimbo, nenda wimbo.
Na kutuma wimbo uende kwa yule ukambariki, nenda
wambie
makuu ya Mungu, vile kuinua watu, vile kubariki watu, nenda
ufike
nyumbani, kazini,
wimbo
uende na Mungu,
nenda wimbo,
usishindwe kitu, nenda. Na kutuma wimbo uende kwa yule ukambariki, nenda
wambie
makuu ya Mungu, vile kuinua watu, vile yetu, uwepo wenu yote, kwetu ni kitu, kwetu ni nyinyi ndugu, leo na kesho.
Harusi maua ng'ari ng'ari wanapendeza,
leo ni furaha, shangwe na furaha.
Harusi maua tabasamu, suti na shela,
wacha tufurahi, sote tufurahi. Siti haikuwa rahisi tufike leo hii, na hapa tulipo ndio siku yetu ipo muhimu ya
Okay, I think we are ready to begin our afternoon session. In this between 2 to 3, we are talking about artificial intelligence in modern HR practices. And I want to call upon Dr. Stanley Kipsang to moderate this session. Welcome, Dr. Kipsang. I think you can take the mic up there. Can we clap for him as he takes over? Welcome.
Good afternoon. Yeah, as you've been told, Dr. Stanley Kipsang. I'll be the moderator for this session. So this is our session 3. And in this session, we'll be able to listen to the cases from the industry. And the first case that should be presented, it's on artificial intelligence in modern HR practices. And the presenters are CHRP Beatrice B. and CHRP Kwaresha Mohammed. The panelists will be Professor Elaine Fandel. We'll have Dr. Bex Hewitt. Then I think CHRP Amina Mohammed and CHRP Dr. Chris Yego. So I think the panelists kindly can join us at the front.
We have the seats for the panelists. Please, you can come up front. Oh, there are more executive seats. They want you to be comfortable. The other one was economy class. Please welcome. You can take therefore one more seat.
So the session will run from 2 to 3. Our presenter, CHRP Kwaresha Mohammed, will take us through. And then now, later after our presentation, we'll have a session with our panelists, whereby we'll be able to engage and have a discussion based on what she has presented. So welcome. Dr. Chris?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed the lunch. Good, and we are very happy to have you back. I'm going to do a presentation on behalf of the Institute of Human Resource Management, and we've done this together with my Vice Chairperson. You've heard from her earlier on, representing the National Chairman. But briefly, allow me to first of all tell you what IHRM is for the benefit of those who may not have heard about us before. So the Institute of Human Resource Management, it's a statutory professional body established under the Human Resource Management Professional Act, number 52 of 2012. It is also a state corporation under the Ministry of Public Service and Human Capital Development. At the Institute, we do the regulation of HR professionals in Kenya. So what it simply means is, if you were to hire a HR professional for your organizations based in Kenya, they must be regulated within this act, and that means they must have met our registration criteria. We issue them with practicing certificates, and we expect them to be put in a continuing professional development of 40 hours per year for them to renew their membership. And they have to abide by the code of conduct as set by the Human Resource Management, and it is gazetted, the code of conduct. And what it is for them, and also how they support their employers. And we also promote standards of best practices in Kenya. If you want to be a member, please read through that link, and you can also visit our website, ihrm.or.ke, and you will find more information. And within the same act, because you cannot regulate a profession which you expect people to do, we also the growth mostly will be within Africa. The highest, I've just picked the first three, will be Rwanda, Ethiopia, and Senegal. Now let's bring that closer. How is the role of AI transforming HR? If you come to the talent recruitment and talent acquisition, you will realize that before we had the application tracking systems, but there are platforms which have taken that to a notch higher, whereby it even allows you to conduct video interviews. And let me just share something with you. When COVID came, I remember most of the organizations were struggling because we are used to calling people to Nairobi. For those of you who are new, Nairobi is the capital city of Kenya, from Eldoret, and also from miles away from Marsabit for them to come and do interviews at the Commission House. Mr. Alwanga can relate to that. But that was disadvantaging. Can you imagine a young man who just finished school? He can't afford. He's never been to Nairobi before. But what happens? They have to let go of that opportunity. And when you don't show for an interview, you're told it's no show. Then, fast forward, COVID came. And there was an opportunity for us to be equal. Whether it was Kuresha coming from Marsabit or Chepet from Eldoret. We all somehow ended up in the boardrooms of the Commission House. That is the Public Service Commission. Because now, the miracle was they allowed video interviews, which was not there before. And if you look into the data of the recruitment of public service, you can actually see in terms of diversity and inclusion, the numbers have gone up in terms of the regional representations the last few years. So you will see here that with AI in place again, all you have to do is just set what you want, even give you cues on what you need to be looking for. And if I had someone in the room, they have video systems that if I turn around, it can actually detect. And if I open another app and I want to copy, it can actually alert the person on the other end that Kuresha has moved to another website. So what does that mean? It means we can not only trust the AI platforms as they evolve around us, but they're transforming how we recruit and also get talent into our workplace. And this is actually enhancing the objectivity of how we hire. And bringing it close, and I'm sure this is everyone within the African continent struggles with, is there's always this connotation of bribery when it comes to employment. So when you're using AI, it eliminates that human interaction, whereby no one is going to ask me, how will I make it into this place? And it's going to be a fair and equal opportunity. The second one that actually we've realized within the workplaces that AI is transforming is how employee engagement and retention happens. If you've been assigned a computer by the office, actually the AI analytics can predict attrition, monitor your engagement, and suggest tailored intervention. You don't have to wait for 2 years to do employee engagement. You can actually do what I would like to call a la carte, whereby by just looking at Kuresha's interaction and what she's doing, the AI can actually give you, if you want to get the best out of Kuresha, this is where you need to focus on. And if you want your organization to get the best out of everyone else, this is what we've picked on your behalf. And this helps you to create more responsive and inclusive workplace. You know, before the bias of the loudest is the one which gets the favors. There are people who will never speak up to be trained. Who agrees with me with that? There's always those favorites that they're all over being trained. But with AI predicting your interactions within the systems and all that, then you get equal opportunities. And it even gets better. It can actually increase how the retention within those institutions, whereby you can actually predict when Kuresha is bored and you see how can I enlarge her role or enrich in a way that she can continue staying with us or take to the advantage of the institution onto her own growth to engage her on the other skills which has been predicted. That is what AI has brought within our workplaces. And HR is taking advantage of that. And then when it comes to the performance management, again, we all know the traditional performance management way. You set your goals, you wait for 6 months, you are reviewed, and then you wait for another 6 months, you are reviewed, and then we determine how we evaluated you. But here, we are having a system whereby it is open. Yes, this is what is coming from our strategic plan down to your work plan, but we do not have to wait for the 6 months. We can actually continue monitoring how you are performing and facilitate the goal trackings and support individualized development plans. You know how long it takes for those of you who are in training development, when you're told to prepare TNA, you no longer have to spend hours on it. By a click into a system, then you know this year, this is what I need to train on for everyone. And that again shows you that at the end of the year, then we retreat somewhere, collect from forms, what is it that Kuresha and her supervisor have said she needs to be trained on. By a click, you get your report, get your approvals, and then you move on. But with every good side of something, it has its challenges. And there's some ethical considerations you must take into account. We've been told, everyone talks about cybersecurity. But as IHRM, we're just coming out of a congress whereby we were evaluating how HR is being reimagined through people, strategy, and technology. And one of the takeaways for us was we can no longer talk about cybersecurity. The conversation now is more on cyber resilience. It doesn't a victim. So it's how resilient are you? What are you sharing on those platforms? Because that is also key. Are you having your finance director picking the whole financial documents, taking it to ChatGPT, complete with more university, the signatories, everything, and saying, refine this report for me? You know what happens in the world of algorithms, and also if you read what ChatGPT tells you is they use that memory to inform someone else. So the next time someone in Nevada clicks University of Moi Finance, then the whole report comes up. So even as you move to the era of AI, you have to take care of the data privacy and security, especially when it comes to employee data. I know at Moi University, we are talking to the tens of thousands of students. So how safe is that data? The same goes for your employees. So you have to make sure you have invested when it comes to data privacy and security. And then there are the bias and the fairness. While we have all these systems, AI is not trained on bias, data risk, and this actually can lead to inequalities. And you've seen here that when our keynote spoke, she talked about an institution whereby they stopped doing recruitment using AI because there was always a bias when it comes to the gender. But what are we doing about it right now? So you have to make sure there is that human interaction. You have to make sure that you're not just clicking on the reports, but you are reviewing and looking at it, is it what I'm looking for? And then in terms of transparency and accountability, what I would like to call the black box nature of AI can actually obscure how decisions are made. Explainable AI and clear grievances redress mechanism are essential for trust and accountability. Can you imagine asking AI, because you've shared with me Kuresha and her performance, can you also suggest a disciplinary procedure? And it tells you you should fire her. And you know, within our workplaces, and more so if I've used the Kenyan law, disciplinary is progressive. Even when you catch Kuresha stealing, or when you've seen she's an non-performer, you have to take her through the procedures in place. You have to write to her, find out why she performed this way, and then you give her solutions on how you intend to help her. The two of you agree, you set timelines, and then if she doesn't improve within those timelines, then you terminate. I know most of the HRs get it wrong. Kuresha is a non-performer, terminate. She takes you to court, she wins the case. And you start to wonder, but I've shared her reports. She's a non-performer. So why did the court rule in her favor? We've been told before the court looks at processes. And you also need to explain, remember it's you who hired Kuresha in the first place. So AI will not give you that critical thinking, and you must be accountable for it. Bringing closer home, so what are the opportunities when it comes to AI in the modern HR practices? These are research, and we will leave the paper with the team, that 40% of Kenyan HR leaders have actually integrated AI tools, but over 75% plan to do so by 2026. Because there is that fear still of holding on to some roles. In terms of constraint, limited infrastructure, regulatory gaps, and organizational resistance actually impede progress. For those of you who are familiar with our bottom-up economic transformation agenda, one of the is digital superhighway economy. Even with that in place, and also most recently, March 2025, the Ministry of IT has launched an AI strategy based on certain pillars. But you know, all that in the absence of the regulation, then it is watered down. So there is need to actually tighten on the regulatory issues when it comes to AI. Kenyans, we are known to be very innovative, and we are actually open when it comes to policy matters. That is why the ICT ministry now has an AI strategy. So they have identified the gaps. They know where we should be going, because you cannot have a whole pillar of an administration talking about digital superhighway and you do not have the different frameworks to guide it. So the opportunities are there. It's just for us to make sure that we use them for faster adoption. We cannot talk of AI in HR without bringing it back to the academia's role in all this. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, for those of us who went to school, we were always fixated and we were waiting for KICD and all others to be doing the curriculum development. But the question we need to be asking ourselves is, have we done curriculum innovation and skill development? First, for our own staff within the academia, and also for the students who are now walking into our universities. So within right now the School of Business, HR, is there a unit talking about AI and HR? Because that is something that we need to talk about. Because I know there are some schools like Moringa, which are doing that, But we cannot have this conversation unless it starts from the classrooms. The moringas and all that will be good for those of us who are already in the workplace and we want to advance. But we must ensure that we incorporate this into our curriculum. Then the research and thought leadership. I am very hopeful that we will have more research done around AI and the modern HR practices, but focused more to our African context and see how we can adopt that both at our workplace and also take it back again to the academia. And then we cannot rule out industry collaboration and policy influence. As we speak now, we may not have lecturers who may understand why is it so important for AI in the workplace. But for me, as the executive director of the Institute of Human Resource Management, who handles HR, that is one. And also, for those of you who are familiar with the pastoral community, for a girl who comes from an area whereby sometimes it's cut off by floods, what it means, AI in the HR, it's only me who can come to a class and explain and actually sell to people that you may never know when you will find yourself in Turkana or Mandera, and then you're completely cut off to access your workplace. We have a long weekend coming up. Can you imagine if you don't make it back to Nairobi? Because Friday is Eid, for those of you who may not know, and I know most of us will travel up country. So we need these tools. And we can only get when we have people who can influence these policies and fast track. We know the bureaucracies around our country when it comes to policy. But when we see the need, and when we show everyone what it means for the economy, then trust me, everyone will run with it. And why I'm leaning towards the university is the VCs and the professors in the room is, you are the change makers. You hold the classrooms. You are the ones who can teach students that, and even bring it closer to us through the different schools. You have the leadership schools. So when you do something well-researched, you've collaborated within all these universities, then it will make more sense to me and the student than being driven by just IHRM. This is again just research on how ready are we when it comes to AI. As you can see, a report done by KMPG 2024, CEO's Outlook, and they tell us 76% of their CEOs expect AI to lead upskilling and redeployment, not layoff. You know, most of the time, we are so focused on how many jobs will AI take away from us, but we forget what it brings back in surplus. And through the World Economic Forum, actually the statistics are, yes, there will be job losses, but there will be 76 million new roles created. So where are we in that conversation? And are we preparing for it? Deloitte again, a report most recent, 2025, Sub-Saharan Africa remains the least AI ready globally due to high cost and limited digital access, despite leading nations like Kenya and Rwanda showing momentum. Again, you can see when it comes to the use of internet, if you look at the reports and all that, we always stop. But when it comes to issues AI and how ready we are limited because of the high cost involved. When it comes to, again, talent, the East Africa leads in talent, AI talent development, and this is because we are the mobile first infrastructure and the governance innovations around it. For those of you who might be looking through the internet, you've seen how creative Kenyans can get, and more so East African. So what are some of the recommendations that through this study we can look at? For organizations, policy development. Sometimes you don't have to wait for the regulation. You need to establish an internal policy and revise to bring this AI integration at the workplace. Capacity building. It is very necessary that we have data literacy, AI tools, and digital transformations within the workplace by retooling and upskilling. Employee engagement. Promote change management and involve staff in the AI adoption journey. As I have shared earlier on, it's not going to replace anybody's role. Instead, it's going to enhance. Then the ethical governance. Establish internal ethic boards to oversee AI deployments. I think that is key. Even as you wait for the government to do what's supposed to do, at organizational level, these are 4 things you can do. For the academia, integrate AI into HR curricula if you have not done so. Foster industry partnership. You have to develop internships, AI-focused projects with companies, especially those who are already within the AI industry. Because I know we have the likes of Safaricom, we have Google here, we have the Microsoft, we have IBM. All of them have stations here in Kenya. So how are we partnering through the academia to ensure that is brought to the classroom? Then promote interdisciplinary research. You are aware that even as we catch up, there are those other countries that have gone ahead of us. So we can actually, we learn from them the best practices. I tell people in HR, I don't trust in benchmarking. You know, when you benchmark with someone, you're already looking into something they've already passed. So you just look at the best practices and learn from it. Then engage in policy advocacy. You have the power. Imagine if all the universities or all those within the academia came together and said, we must do this, we must put these hubs together, and then you fundraise together, then the transformation we are waiting for might be in this room, and as we conclude, come Thursday, we will have all the answers we need to ensure that AI in modern HR practices is actually brought home and also to everyone who is here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Should we clap for her, please? Dr. Kipsang, proceed.
Okay, so thank you so much, CHRP Kwaresha, for that wonderful presentation. I think AI is here with us, and it's something that we need to embrace. Now we'll be able now to have an interaction and be able now to get more information from your presentation. And we have our panelists here who will engage in that discussion. Now, maybe this is something that maybe I can ask Dr. Chris. Are our HR professionals in Kenya, have they embraced AI? Because one of the things that Kwaresha talked about is that AI is very important in terms of predictive analytics. So have we embraced, our HR professionals, have they embraced AI? Because the statistics that she has provided is that 40% have embraced, but then we are hoping that in the next, I don't know how long, that we'll be able to have another 75% embrace. So what is your take about that?
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Christopher Yego, CHRP, Dr. Christopher Yego, from Kisii University. Also a member of IHRM and the treasurer of IHRM in the North Rift region. As you've asked, not all organizations have embraced HR or AI in HR activities. Some are fearing that HR is going to put out, is going to take away their space in the organizations. And therefore, not all organizations have embraced AI in HR. We want to, as as we have looked at the presentation, HR is not taking our place in the organization. Our AI is not taking up our place in the organizations. But we need to embrace it so that it can make us more better in our place. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for that. And I think, I know HR, with the automation, HR managers or professionals are getting access to so much data. And I think Professor Elaine talked about big data. And I think we're experiencing an era where there's so much information. So the big question is, how do we have the capacity to absorb that information? And if then, how do we use that information? So I think the biggest challenge is our capacity to absorb the information that is existing. And of course, be able now to draw insights from that information and help us make informative decisions. So now maybe I can ask Professor Elaine, in the US, how far, I mean, how have you embraced AI? And is it helping HR in terms of functionality, in terms of execution of decisions?
I would say in the US, the big companies, particularly the tech companies, obviously, they're the ones embracing it because they're also developing it. So I was at a one-day seminar of, there's about 25 CHROs all together talking about AI and what does it mean for the HR field. And in that group, there were leaders from the likes of IBM, that is, developing this technology. And they are way ahead and they're making use of it, huge use of it. But the interesting thing is, if you're not in the tech field, and particularly if you're in the public sector, adoption is minimal. So there's a divide being created already in that environment. What struck me particularly, we were all sat around, when you do round tables and you're having discussions and they've brought up various issues. So the people from the tech companies all had their phones sitting on the table in front of us with Microsoft Copilot running. And the assumption was that none of us would mind that, being recorded, and because they said, well, this is what we do in meetings, and then it'll give me a summary of the meeting at the end of it, so I don't have to sit here making notes and everything. So there's half the people around the table going, this is normal practice, and the other half are sitting there going, I'm not going to say anything because it's going to be recorded. So there's a lot of trust issues, whether it's about trust just at that individual level or more organizationally. The other thing that struck me from this group of CHROs was they were very clear that the people leading the organization, so the executive board, the board of directors, those are the people who understand the least about generative AI and its power, but they're making the strategies. So there's a mismatch there. The people using AI are the workers, the youngest workers are the ones using it the most. So there was generally a sense that, yes, we have to adopt it, but we have to be willing to experiment. We have to be willing to listen from the bottom up. And only through that are we going to learn how we really kind of make a difference with this. So a lot to learn still.
So thank you, Prof. Yeah, I think one of the challenges is about data privacy. And I think because of so much information being shared, trust issues come in. And another thing is about the issue of bias in terms of now AI. How then do we trust? Maybe Bex, you can tell us, how do we trust the information that is being shared out from AI? Because at times you find that you can get information that is biased,
Yeah, good question. Not an easy question. So I think my first reflection is just because AI can do it doesn't mean we should use AI for it. So I think, Haresh, you highlighted very nicely the pros and cons, like the challenges as well as the opportunities. And some of the discussion I hear around the use of AI within particularly HR decision processes really concerns me, actually. Because, for example, some of the like real-time performance tracking that you talked about as being possible, the majority of jobs cannot be evaluated on a minute-by-minute, day-by-day basis. Like, jobs are pretty complicated. And actually then to say that, to kind of, that's an example of where actually I think for the majority of jobs, we shouldn't be using AI for performance evaluation in that way. I love what you were saying about learning and development and using it as kind of a reflection tool to think through these things. But I think this constant, the important thing, and your question was about trust, but I think trust comes from using AI thoughtfully and carefully. And the question I always ask, so I have this conversation constantly, like you, with senior HR people, and I always say, either what is the need that AI is fulfilling for you, so there's something that isn't working that it's going to help you with, or what valuable opportunity does it create for you? And that valuable bit is important, because I think that statistic around 75% of CHROs wanting to make use of AI is really interesting, but the vast majority of them don't know what they want to use it for. And actually, my advice to companies is always, then don't. Like, spend the time first working out what you want to use it for, designing carefully how it's going to be integrated before diving in to do it. Particularly around riskier processes, around things like people decision making. And that's to your trust question. And I think if we look at the research, for example, on applicant tracking, because that's where AI has been used for much longer, right? That's been, AI decision making has been integrated in applicant tracking actually for a really long time. And giving people a choice is one part, so that they understand how it's been being used, but they also have a choice in how their information is being used. Having full transparency, which you highlighted in your presentation, so people understand what the decision is being made. And importantly, having a human involved in the decision. And that part is really, really critical. So I think some of the trust comes around not just putting all of our faith in HR. We should also always put our faith in HR, obviously. Not putting all of our faith in AI, and recognizing actually that even though we humans are biased decision machines, we still can take into account all the messiness of humans and understand that. So working with AI is the better way of doing it.
So thank you for that. Maybe we can shift gears. Koresha talked about AI. And the big question here is, of course, AI is here to stay, and we can't run away from it. Then how do we, maybe Prof, how do we instill responsible use of AI in academia?
That's a question that a lot of publishers are really struggling with right now. And so when you're submitting your article to a journal for publication, so there are different journals that are putting out different statements at the moment, and it ranges from don't use it to make sure you cite AI as a contributor, in effect, to the paper, but being explicit about how it's being used and things like that. So responsible use is key, but one of the things that I was kind of alluding to earlier is we don't know what responsible use is yet. So we need to look at guidelines, structures, frameworks and things that help us to understand what's positive use of tools like Gen AI. They're going to be used. It's not like we ignore it. They're going to be used, and they're going to be used by different people, particularly from different backgrounds in different ways. So the thing that I come back to a lot is language. So a lot of the top HR journals, for example, are accepted. They're English language journals. And if English is not your first language, the AI tools are there to make what you have written into good English, publishable English. But then, you're stuck at that point of, are these my words? Is this me saying this now? And the journal is stuck with the, is this, who's this going to be attributed to? So, and also there's a danger of, if English isn't, really, you're not very good in the English language, you take for granted what ChatGPT has given you, it may have actually changed the meaning of what you were trying to put across. So responsible use, there needs to be a lot of guidelines and help around that. And who's going to make those? I guess we have to contribute to building those guidelines just by the challenges we face each day.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe from the panelists, maybe one or two comments for Koresha, based on what she has presented.
You can raise up your hand. Okay.
Thank you very much, Koresha and the panelists. My concern is the kind of generative AI that is in use in organizations. As earlier on, we learned that there is private and there is the public. Do our companies, especially those that are not in tech industry, capable of developing AI tools that can tailor to suit the needs of a particular organization, or are we using the public Gen I in our practice? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's combine about three, only three. Okay, one more.
Thank
and
you.
then we go back to you, then we wind up.
Thank you very much. So I would just like to add an example to what Patrick has said, using AI in our organizations. For example, talk about employee mentorship or employee counseling. And so employees are undergoing maybe emotional situations as a result of different things that have happened in their organization. And so how can we move or integrate this generative AI to help organizations in terms of even using the HR predictive analytics or any other type of Gen AI to prepare, or think about how we can prepare employees for such eventualities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lastly, and then we can get the response, and then we wind up. We move to the next session.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask a question on the professionalization of HR in Kenya and how that works with local government, which is, in my experience, highly politicized. How you manage that process of professionalization of HR practitioners within the professional space? And then just a comment on AI. I think we must look at AI in like we look at Google Maps. It is a map, is that you use it, but the maps can sometimes be wrong as well. And so you need to have a gut feel as well. So I think the best way for me is that you co-create with AI, and that you work with him or her, and that you don't accept it as gospel, but that you work with it. But I think it's here to stay. We can't wish it away, but you work with it. I've seen people write AI documents to me, and when I interrogate them, then there's nothing there. So as opposed to using AI to polish it, because it takes away, in my view, the authenticity of the author if you do not interrogate and work with it.
Thank you very much. That will be the last one. We can get the response, please.
Thank you. And let me just start with the one on the students and their mental well-being. Like I mentioned, we just came from a Congress, HR, which we extensively discussed matters AI. And on the first day, actually, we had a discussion about mental wellness and what the whole AI is doing within our workplace. And let me bring that close to the school setup. As you're aware, especially for those of us who have grown with the internet, when we are researching on something and we have to go to the library, then maybe I think 0.0% Google, but the rest, it's about books, which that will mean is that we have to type in. And right now, we're in an era whereby I can actually buy all those books online through Kindle, and then link my Kindle to these different research apps within my phone. So, like, I want you guys to imagine how the future will look like. As much as we say we discourage with the students, but there's a reason why Kindle was invested, Amazon is there for me to purchase, and then all these research tools that are there. So how is it different from me looking for page by page? When I can say I'm researching on this topic, let me look. So now you have to prepare them. The mental wellness, actually you cannot use AI for mental wellness, because we've had a case study, and these were scientific case studies, and the credit goes to Madam Gadoni, who well researched that. She was actually showing us the brains, the scientific brains of when you're actually using AI, your brain is so dark than when actually someone embraces you. You see, because you're all over, you know, you're moving from one place to the next, so it actually distorts how you think. So I will say you need to actually teach the students responsibly. She even shared that someone typed, "I'm tired with taking this medication," someone who was struggling with mental issues. And the person said, "I want to stop the drugs." And AI responded and said, "Congratulations for making that decision for yourself." You see, and most of us go when we start having some symptoms, the first thing, where do we go to? And then the next thing you know, you have some diseases which cannot be cured. So my simple answer is, when we all do our orientations at the university, we cannot run away from this conversation. We have to bring it up. And especially, please look for that research. I'll share it with Zippy. You should show how it is actually impacting their mind, rather than using the critical thinking and filling the books by themselves. It's totally different. There's some happiness that it comes. And now coming to the issue of using private and public. Again, in the same Congress, we've had some institutions who have gone ahead to develop their own AI. In one, for those of you who know the Isuzu company, they have an AI, a robotic AI, which they have developed themselves, fed everything to it, and it's called Ask Fred. And anything HR, but it was fed by Isuzu. Anything about their policy is fed there. And you know that is totally private. And I don't want to mention the names, but there are those ones which are safe to use within the workplace. Even with all these Copilot, Gemini, ChatGPT, there are those ones which are more public than the others, especially if you've purchased it for your command. But make no mistake, even if you've purchased it and you've actually paying for it, your information will still be used to develop algorithm. So that's why I'm saying I do not want to promote some, but there's some you can actually use at workplace, and they guarantee confidentiality of your information so that you do not find yourself in the website, in different websites. And answering to the question Prof asked, when it comes to the HR professionalism in Kenya, the Institute of Human Resource Management was actually pioneered in 1986 by a group of personnel managers. It used to be called IPM. And their struggles were so hard until they got to where they got to. And in any country, you can have the policies, but when you make something a statutory document, by the way, the first place that it's embraced and adopted is the public sector. Because remember, this was a bill by one of the arms of the government, the legislative arm, and IHRM went ahead, and now we are part of the executive, which is we are under the Ministry of Public Service. So when it comes to embracing the professionalism, the first consumers and those who embrace is the public sector. And you can actually tell when we interact, even within my data, it is 1890. While I know there are more than 30,000 HR practitioners out there, I only have 20,000 who are registered with me, and 75% of that work with the public sector. So the goodwill, the struggles, it took them, you can imagine, from 1986 to 2012, that struggle was real. And then putting the code of conduct in place also helps. Because sometimes an institution writes to us, all they ask is Qurecia a member of the institute? And then the next thing is, are you holding a practicing certificate? Because it's one thing to be a member, it's another thing to hold the practicing. And our expectation is anyone who is in a decision-making role must have that practicing certificates to have the authority to make those HR decisions. So actually, how it was embraced, we are there. And now that we have an examination body, that is where now we are working on, especially those who are practicing HR before 2012, so that we come up with a policy for recognition of prior learning, which is actually 75% complete. And soon, anyone who was practicing HR, and I say this to the academia, is you can actually get the certification of HR by just doing a few assessments through the recognition of prior learning.
Thank you very much. We can clap for them. Maybe one last word from Dr. Kipsang, and then we wind up before they take up their seats.
So thank you so much, Qurecia, for that presentation, and thank you, our panelists, for the engagement. Yeah, so thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Kipsang, for moderating that session. We now move to session number 4. The moderator will be Dr. Kashane. Okay. We are talking about employee well-being and emerging issues. Kindly, you can take over, please. We also would like to have the panelists, Professor Cheboy, please take up your seat up front. We have CHRP Dorcas Wainaina, Dr. Lydia Marquette, and Wanda Doe. Kindly, please. Okay, we have Grace Mathu and Professor Roymara Valk. Can we clap for them, please, as they come? And we only have 1 hour. We'll end up at exactly 4. Then we take some health break for 15 minutes. Then we come back for session 5.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good
Professor
afternoon.
Cheboy, please. Kindly, the panelists, please. Okay, I think it's now complete. Cheboy, please. Okay, it's coming back. Okay, kindly proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. How are you? Do we need to draw a letter so that we stretch? Please, let's draw the letter. And because I'm Grace, we shall draw the name Grace. So you'll have to shake your waist like this. Draw a G in the best creative way you know. You can draw a big capital G or small g, whichever is easier for you. So let's go G. Let's draw G. Okay, let's draw R. Let's draw A. Hey, that one you've drawn is a C. Okay, all right, let's go to a C. Can use your legs. And finally, let's draw a knee. Clap for yourselves. Thank you. It's an absolute pleasure for me to be standing in front of you people. All protocols observed. My name is Grace Matthew from AR Insurance. We are business partners with Moi University. I know I had Pose, I took my diploma, I took my bachelor's, I didn't, but I'm a business partner together with the organization that I'm coming from. How many of us are still working from home comfortably, at least 4 days in a week in this room? You don't have to go to the office. Only one. Anyone else? They're increasing, 4. All right. So my discussion today is about employee wellness and emerging issues with a case study of AR Insurance. But I'm going to be a bit specific on one thing that has been such a big differentiator for us in the market and in the corporate space, which is remote working, which is still working for us right now. And we have managed to have amazing, what from our end we would say amazing results. And that is what I'll be discussing with you today. But before then, allow me just tell you that AR Insurance has a mission and a vision, and our bigger vision is safeguarding the health and wealth of all. And that is how we have partnered with Moi University. We are their health insurance partners. Our values acronym is ARISE. A for agile, we are agile, we are reliable, we are innovative, we are strategic, and we are excellent. And you shall see how all these values have played out in my case study. It was as a result of being innovative and strategic that remote working has been working for us about 5 years after COVID, post-COVID. And so that is what we are going to be discussing today, just to paint the picture on what employee well-being is all about. It encompasses what you'd say is the staff or employees' overall mental, physical, emotional, and financial health at work. Now, if you all remember, COVID hit in March 2020, but our remote working strategy at AR did not start in March. Our strategic plan, 2020 to 2022, was we should go digital. And one of the ways from the HR office we had opted to go digital is to support remote working. So we were piloting it from December 2019. Different departments would work from home. We were on a soft pilot. And so when March 2020 came, for us, it was not anything new we had to do. It was just a matter of saying, let everybody go work from home, because we had been piloting for 3 months. And so it's just an opportunity that presented itself. So that tells you we were strategic and innovative. So by the time people were told to work from home, everybody had what they needed to work from home. It was just a matter of sending a memo, and people began working from home. That's what I say, that was our response, 100%. Before then, we were piloting, but when COVID came, we went 100%. What had we done? The only thing we needed to add now was the support to have home workstations. We didn't want to assume that everybody has a comfortable seat and chair, because within the first 1 month of people working from home, we came to learn through the online meetings that some people are holding meetings on their beds. You remember we all started online meetings, And you'd say, everybody put on your camera, and then you realize someone is sitting on a bed. That is how we decided we'll support people towards having a workstation. Then we definitely now do not want the excuse of, sorry, I don't have network, I can't get internet access. So to eliminate that complaint again, we pay Wi-Fi subscriptions to a certain limit. So don't pay 20,000, don't say your Wi-Fi is 20,000, we have a limit. And then we got into very intense training programs for managers, supervisors, all staff on effective remote working and performance management. This was a bit intense. We did it for about 3 months, every Wednesday for 3 months. Later now, we just do it on a quarterly basis. We'll see whether it has worked. So right now, we have come up, and I'll mention how we are working at the initiatives we have around it. But if you come to the AR insurance offices on a random working day, you're likely to find about 30% of the staff. And the reason why you'll find about 30% of the staff is because we have made it intentional for us to have departments meet physically in the office one selected day in a week. And that again came because we realized we still need to keep seeing people. We had cases of people being unreachable or somebody saying they are unwell. You can't tell exactly how they are doing. We just needed that physical engagement to even see for ourselves, how are you doing? You know, so we agreed that every department comes up with a schedule where at least one day of the week, you all meet in the office. Then we also have our engagements. One of the things that has been very much welcome is our Monday morning prayer meetings that are virtual across the country, across the region, including Uganda. Why has it been embraced, and what is some of the feedback we have received? It has brought the family unit together. Some people say now they go to the church of AR insurance because they don't go to church on Sunday, but on Monday they wake their entire family. Let's join church. So they put the AR prayers on, and all the people in that house are in our church. So people have requested if we could start the prayers earlier before even their kids go to school. What has that taught us? That now the family unit, AR insurance is now known in the house. Yeah? So at least someone in that house knows that AR exists and AR is a family. We've also had to do serious wellness sessions. So every Wednesday in our office, 1 hour is dedicated towards financial wellness, mental wellness, psychological wellness, health wellness, financial wellness talks. Just 1 hour, 12 to 1. Various topics. We will get various people to come and talk on various topics, be it budgeting in these interesting economic times, how to manage your psychological health. So at least we know, we call it our learning hours. And then I've mentioned about the subscriptions and the workstations and the departmental meetings. We have intentionally made the last Friday of the month an engagement month for the entire company, physical. Those ones in Eldoret, Mombasa, wherever it is you are, to Nairobi. And we are going to physically meet every last Friday of the month. So it has been very intentional for us. And then we have a toll-free counseling line. So if you're in the house, and this is also extended to your family members, wherever you are, if you feel you need psychological support, we have a toll-free line which people call and they get support. And we also have performance management that is regular, and that is how we got our breakout rooms active. What happened is that with remote working, we let go of 1 floor. We were on 4 floors of the building. We let go of 1 floor. Then half of the 3rd floor, we changed it into a breakout area where there are small rooms, small breakout areas. You can have a one-on-one conversation, 2 people, 3 people, not necessarily seated in a boardroom. It makes it semi-casual. So what happens is that those days where departments have their weekly meetings in the office, the supervisors will have one-on-one discussions with their team members, discussing their wellness and how they are performing. The quarterly one is the one that goes into the records, but we have supporting evidence of discussions that go on a weekly basis. What has been the highlight for us? 3 key highlights for us from the remote work is that our staff engagement index has gone up from 73% in January 2020. The one that we conducted, the HR department, in December 2024, our staff engagement index had come up to 85%. Our employee retention rate has gone up from 88% in 2019-2020 to 97, 2024, 2025. People don't want to leave. And why don't they want to leave? From our engagement survey again, they said they are trying to get a place where there is remote working, like ours, they can get. And that is a key attraction for them for their next employment. It has contributed in a great way to us retaining our talent because they have adjusted a lot of things in their houses, how they live. Some people have house managers that are on flexi, so they are not, though all those factors put together, they think it's a good package. Our performance management, again, has improved in terms of performance of staff. When I looked at the statistics of how many people are performing below expectation, we used the balance scorecard. We had about 20% of our population in 2019 that had performed below expectation. By the time we were paying bonus in March this year, the people who had performed below expectation were 3%. And this has been as a result of continuous performance management, but more so, we have noticed that staff do not want us to call them back to the office. Not that we put it as a threat, but it was a hook, that we shall continue working remotely if our performance is noted to continue being steady, if not better. And for us, it has become better. Not to say that there has been no challenges. Notable benefits, of course, from what I've said is that there has been improved work-life balance. Now the family unit, we are there, we are allowing people to be in the house 4 days, people are able to drop their kids to work, they can have their house managers less hours, and they are more involved with their staff, with their families. Of course, job satisfaction, we have, from our employee engagement survey, 99% of the staff said that the best thing that they love about AR insurance right now is remote working. Our counterparts in the same industry we are in, none of them is doing remote working to the level that we are doing right now. Most of them have been recalled to the office. And that has helped us retain our talent. As I've said, it has helped us improve our productivity. We have let go of the office space, so cost savings have obviously come in. Diversity and inclusivity in the sense that we have people that we have allowed to work from home because of certain areas or the nature of their body and what they are going through. You find like if you really have, right now we have people who are suffering from specific health conditions. We have allowed them not to come to the office unless it's extremely necessary, like our team buildings, they'll come. Someone who's on a wheelchair, for example, people who have certain elements. I know what you mean, you know what I mean. So people with special needs, those ones we've allowed them to really work from home and they are comfortable about that. It comes with its fair share of challenges, which also speak into the emerging issues we have right now. You can imagine some things come up and I have to tell staff that, please note that next week, we all have to be in the office. And the first question some of the people will ask me is, am I providing fare? Yeah, that's an emerging issue. It was not in my budget. You can't call me to the office. Initially, when I got that question, I would really get annoyed. Then I realized I'm a millennial and now I have to accommodate all generations, including the young ones. So the first question would be, is the company providing fare? It was not in my budget. So that is one challenge. Data protection, you're now working from home. You have a workstation. Your family is there. Your house help is there. Visitors will come in when you're working. You will be in an online meeting. Papers are somewhere there. there is an element around data protection that we really have to be careful about, and we have been having intense trainings around that. Not everyone has enough space to place their workstations and be comfortable and have an office. That one we will not deny. There is also isolation and its effects. You are away from people most of the time. You hide a few things, and that comes with a bit of its consequences like depression. Now, our staff, the generation we have, and everybody has gotten a bit creative, so they want to work, they understand their work, they know what they need to deliver, and then they start doing what we call our side hustles. They are innovative, they are creative. So that is something we need to create a balance on. So you're looking for someone, and they say, but I did the work. Did you see the work? I did. So I am okay to be doing what I am doing right now. Need for a creche in the office is something we are looking at, because if we call you impromptu to the office and you have a small baby and you had released your nanny for the day, we are accommodating you and your house girl in the office that day. So we have a lactation room. We are expanding it to include support for the baby and someone who can take care of the baby. And of course, there are some roles that are not fully enjoying this because of the sector we are in. We have the people at the reception. Our salespeople still are going out there to sell, and have to come by the office. So those are some of the people that we are still looking a bit discriminative on, but we are working on it. Final slide is what is ahead. Just calling for a bit of innovation around inclusivity such that no role is left behind where remote working is concerned. We are still looking into this to just see how we can support everybody, including the receptionist, to be able to work from home. Again, that is something that calls for creativity and innovation, and how to maintain the social engagement. It has not been the same. We cannot compare the social engagement, how it is now and how it was before remote working. Then there's still more discussion that can be done around cost saving and wastage, because as much as these will have workstations at home, in fact, what we have had is to provide everything in double. Workstation at home, workstation in the office. There is a telephone. Some things are just replication of a lot of resources, which we are trying to just check how we can avoid that wastage. And we all know about the economies of scale. So if I'm buying milk for 50 people, it becomes a bit expensive than if I was trying to just get resources for a whole 300 people. And now, two last things. Leadership and emotional intelligence has really to go up because of mental cases that are rising. So our leaders have to be alert on how to lead people. And also, one case I keep getting from staff is we have to tell our supervisors and people leading online meetings how to be emotionally intelligent, because behind that screen is a father who could be seated with the wife and the kids, and you're in a meeting raising your voice like a boss, and that father has a whole audience listening to what you're saying. Practical example, one staff came and said, and I'll quote it verbatim, the supervisor was really harsh that day. They had not met their targets, the young man had not delivered, and the manager was all up. You know how managers can get. And when he was done, the baby was like, "Ay, daddy hata unasomewangwa." So, for those who don't know Kiswahili, the babies asked the dad, "Daddy, even you people make noise at you," you know? So, our leadership and emotional intelligence really has to go up. And then now, our young people are beginning to say, "I don't want a full-time contract. I don't want to be even permanent and pensionable. Let me do the work." Because now they've become creative and innovative in their side hustles. It's bringing money, so they also want to give enough time to their side hustles without getting into trouble with you. So those are for future discussion and innovation, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Grace. Thank you. Professor Imara, please. Yeah, the podium is yours. Maybe afterwards. Yeah, we'll combine all of them. Yes.
Thank you very much.
I think in the interest of time, we'll summarize our presentations so that we are on time. Oh, this one is taking long. Maybe we can have one question for Grace or two. I think as we set up, only two. One this side, another the others next. My right-hand side. Any question, please? Or any comment? Okay, yes. The microphone is there.
Thank you for the presentation. I have just a simple question here. I'm interested mainly on the...
I'm not sure whether we are getting you. You could raise up your voice, please.
Sorry. I hope I'm audible now. Yeah, I wanted just to check the age group of your workforce, because this is so interesting.
Okay, next, any other? Any other? Okay, I think that's all. Okay, last one. And then Grace, you can respond as we wait for Reimara's presentation.
Thank you. My question relates to the workstation. Do you treat it as an employee benefit, or as a company you get, tax rebates from the government? And if an employee resigns, do they get to keep the workstation? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those questions. Starting with the first one, our employee average age right now is 32 years. You said it aligns, eh? All right. On the package, once you resign, it is yours, it's in your house. And how we structured it is that the company paid 70%, while the employee paid 30% at in a flexible payment plan. So 70-30. And once you resign, you get to keep it. Because it's in your house, we don't. So you tell you, bring it back. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Maybe we can proceed. Moderator, please, you can. I think we are waiting for the presentation. Looks like there are such technical challenge. We can proceed with the panel, please.
Although we are seated together up here, I can ask a question. Is that okay? Now, since you leave the workstation with the employee, how is the work done? Is there any data that is kept with the computers in the home, or is the work done on the system alone so that there is no data lost or privacy of data after the employee exits? What happens to that process so that you are secure?
Grace?
Just to clarify, when I say the workstations, I mean the workstations where you work. You know, your desk, your desk and your chair, just to make sure you're comfortable at home. Otherwise, in terms of the laptops, the normal handover process happens when you resign. But it's a workstation. You know, the same way you have a desk in the office that has a comfortable chair and a seat is what I meant with the workstation.
Okay, can I have, are we ready? Okay. Okay, now let's listen to Professor Hrmic. And thank you very much, Grace. We can clap for her once again. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well and enjoying the conference. My name is Hrmic, and I work as an associate professor at the American University in Dubai. And I'm very grateful for Zipporah to invite me to present my nutrition guide, Culinary Concoctions, nutrition guide for food fussy folks. And what I'll do is during this presentation, I will explain to you why I wrote this guide, and I would like to make it very interactive. So my co-author is Mr. Paul J. Metalski. We met in Iraq, in Suleimania in Iraq in 2015 when we both had finished our assignments, our work assignments, and he used to work at an oil rig where he got really bad food, and as soon as he got home he started preparing very healthy food, and we both developed a genuine interest in healthy nutrition, and that is one of the reasons why we decided to write this book. So the big rationale behind writing this book was that due to certain health issues that him and I have both experienced, we were very focused on how nutrition can help us manage particular health or medical conditions. And I really wanted to delve deeper into what ingredients are in certain foods and what the nutrients are in certain foods that can help you feel more healthy. So I will take you through the purpose of why we wrote this guide. I will present one sample recipe, and then I will also present some food fun facts or historical facts. And then I move on to one of the elements that we also wanted to include in the book, and that is what nutrients are actually in the food that I eat. And then following on from that, what do these nutrients actually do? So which bodily and brain functions do these nutrients support? Because we don't really think about that, but when you do, you might want to more strategically design your diet so it can help you in getting optimal health. And then I will conclude with some takeaways. So we really wanted, Paul and I really wanted to write a nutrition guide that would help people design a diet for themselves that is nutritious and sustainable both from a point of view of personal, can you sustain that healthy diet for a longer period of time, and sustainable for the planet. Now, the rationale behind it is maybe personally you just want to improve your health, or maybe you're suffering from food allergies or intolerances that lead you to excluding certain foods from your diet and replacing them with others. So there might be multiple reasons why people decide to adopt a different lifestyle. And we wanted to support them with including healthy recipes in the book, but also providing more information about the nutritional value of the ingredients. So let me ask a question before I move on. What is a healthy diet in your point of view? Does anybody want to comment? Anyone who would like to give their opinion on what a healthy diet is? Yes, excellent. Yep. Okay. Stanley, do you want to? Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, excellent. And this is very subjective, of course, because there's so much out there in the nutrition world and people have different opinions about what is a healthy diet. But yes, you capture it very well, fresh food, and then yes, the nutrients that it contains. So your macronutrients and the micronutrients. Yes, and then of course, whatever ingredients you include is very personalized because everybody is unique. Okay. So in terms of the recipes, what we did was we did not focus on calories. I was very particular that I did not want to focus on calories because calories, in my view, are meaningless to me. If you say to the person, well, I've eaten 1,500 or 2,000 calories today, I know nothing about the nutritional quality of what that person ate. And in fact, you can eat 1,500 calories as a woman, which is 500 calories less than the recommended amount of calories a day. But we don't know if that is food with these 1,500 calories that is healthy for you or not. Conversely, you can eat 2,500 calories and you say, oh, that's too much for a given day, but it might be super healthy food that keeps you healthy, regardless of exceeding the so-called threshold of calories. So calories were completely meaningless to us and we decided not to include them. But what we did want to include is of course, guidance how to prepare it, but also the health benefits. And we also included, and that's what you can see on the image on the right, potential allergens that are in that. And the picture on the right depicts the very common allergens in certain foods, like nuts, tree nuts, mustard. Some people are allergic to eggs. Does anybody suffer from any of the allergens depicted on the slides? I hope not, but if you do, then I understand that you are very mindful of excluding these from your diet. And then we also give some tips and tricks. So if you don't like a particular ingredient that is part of the recipe, we provide a substitute. So for example, if you don't like cow's milk, you want to choose a plant-based milk, you could choose almond milk. So an example of the recipes, and I do have to give credit to Paul because he was the one who really designed most of the recipes. What I also did was I wrote the book and developed the recipes, mostly during my time when I lived in the Borneo jungle in Malaysia. It was a place called Miri in Sarawak, and I met a family there who was from that region, and we also started creating recipes together. So the book really has an amalgamation of recipes from different parts of the world that could be culturally acceptable, because that is another thing, of course. You can't just prescribe one diet to and then extrapolate it to the whole world population, because different foods come from different regions. So what we did, for example, is what you can see on the plate. It's steamed grilled salmon with a variety of vegetables. So what we did was, in the book, we also provided information on what nutrients does salmon actually contain and why are these nutrients important. So for example, you can see that salmon contains B vitamins, but also is high in omega-3 fatty acids, which is really good for your brain to keep your memory sharp, to keep functioning throughout the day. Could also potentially help in reducing your risk of developing neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's or Parkinson's. So that is another thing that we wanted to convey to the audience. Okay, and then what we also did was, at the conclusion section of our recipes, we included an overview of the different ingredients that were part of our recipes, and then we provided visual information in terms of what nutrients particularly that food contains. So take, for example, sweet potatoes, and I chose that deliberately because I know it's on the menu in the restaurant. So I chose sweet potatoes, which also is part of our recipes, and avocados, because I know it's available here in the restaurant, in the hotel. And we provided these images giving people information about what nutrients are in that particular food, so that you have a better idea of, okay, if I want to get more energy or I want to increase my vitamin intake, I should choose these particular foods, vitamins and minerals. Okay, then let's do a quick pop quiz. The first question: which food is known as an essential spice and is one of the oldest remedies known in herbal and aromatic traditional medicines, especially in China, India, and the Middle East? Excellent. Well done. And who's consuming ginger? Yes? Yeah, very good for digestion as well. And anti-inflammatory component, so reduces inflammation. Now the next one. So we also included a an overview of macronutrients, like your fat, protein, fiber, and micronutrients, which are the whole amalgamation of vitamins and minerals in the book. And what I've done here is I've provided a description of one of the minerals that we elaborated on in our book. Which one is it? So the mineral that I'm describing here, is it magnesium, copper, selenium, or zinc? Who thinks it's number 8, magnesium? May I see hands up in the air, please? Okay, a few. Who thinks it's copper? Okay. Who thinks it's selenium? No. Who thinks it's zinc? All right, a majority. Well done. Good. Yeah, indeed, it's zinc. And so if you want to, for example, improve your levels of zinc in your body, because it's very essential for certain energy processes in your body and eradicating free radicals, then you might want to consider, okay, you need to add more of certain types of meat or shellfish like oysters in my diet. And then what we also did in the end was we provided an overview of what the function is of different vitamins in your body. And that can help you decide whether you should choose certain foods to be included in your diet, or you may need extra help from supplements. So here you see an overview, just a selection of particular type of vitamins, the water-soluble B vitamins and C, and then the fat-solubles A, D, E, and K. And then you can pick your variety from what you see in the picture on the left of the foods that you like to consume. So the conclusion and takeaways, what we really wanted to provide readers of the book is to get an idea of what whole foods to include to enhance your health and quality of life, and also provide you more information on certain macro and micronutrients that you want to add or subtract from your diet, depending on the goals that you want to achieve. Maybe you want to feel more energetic on a daily basis, or maybe you want to get more blood sugar control, or maybe you just want to achieve certain fitness goals and become stronger, which means that you need to be very mindful of certain macronutrients included in your diet. And maybe you just want to make sure that you age very well and have good quality of life. And then, of course, with including foods in your diet that are, yes, fresh and ideally locally sourced and sustainable, we also not only look after our health, but also the health of the planet. And that hopefully relates to and results in happy, healthy, wonderful people and planet. And with that, we can also all contribute to the United Sustainable Development Goals, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which are very important for all of us to live a healthy, happy life of good quality. And with that, Paul and I wish you a very good health and a wonderful remainder of this conference. And then I shall say in Arab, Shukran. Thank you very much for listening and for interacting.
Thank you very much. Moderator, please, you can proceed. We'll have questions for her later. Arimara, please, you can take your seat, please. Is it working? Are you okay? You can use this.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Before we can go to the panelists, I just want to ask this question. Well-being matters in our lives, especially in our workplaces. It linked to the productivity which you talk about, and also retention that you talk about. It also reduces absenteeism also in the organizations, and it also creates a better workplace culture and also engagement. So my question is, what are actually the biggest challenge with employee well-being? Looking especially at the Generation Z, their expectations for mental health, how are you supporting them? How are you helping them? Thank you.
Thank you for that. So the mental health, in the area of mental health, one of the interventions we have put in place is the 24-hour toll-free counseling line. And besides that, and of course, a very comprehensive medical cover, which allows mental support. In our medical cover, you're allowed to go and seek mental support. And then we have the weekly learning hour engagements. And part of those engagements, we have different counselors addressing various areas around mental health. So different counselors use different methods of delivery. And some, after a session, will use their own way of assessing people who need to go and see them at the clinic. So we have just used what you'd call a buffet of interventions to try and address the various people represented in the organization.
Which I think that these are the benefits of prioritizing the well-being, employee well-being in workplace. And also looking at our mental and emotional health. Are you, beside the using toll-free counseling line, which we don't know, I don't know whether you get the percentage or how many staff members are using those toll-free. How are you raising the awareness of mental health in your work?
All right, thanks for that. What we do is that we do constant surveys so that then the interventions we are putting in place are informed by a need. So you realize one of the biggest interventions, and that is why we have held on to remote working, is because staff say that that remote working is helping them towards their mental health. You know, being home, being able to be near their kids and being able to take care of their kids, as opposed to being in the office and wondering, is everything okay? You know, that work-life balance for them, in the survey, the one conducted as at December, for example, said is one of the things that is contributing greatly to their mental wellness. So it's something that we plan to sustain. And to answer your question is that we carry out those surveys at least 6 months so that then every intervention that we are putting in place is informed by the need of the staff. The toll-free line, yes, we do get statistics, and we can tell that about 30% of our staff, and that is minus dependents. So 30% and a few dependents, a number of dependents, which we are not able to give a number, but at least we know 30% of our staff make use of that toll-free line.
Thank you. When coming to health, you didn't talk much about the lifestyle, like exercising. I think it's also part of the well-being, living healthy, exercising, which also affect the work well-being or better workplace culture, engagement. At workplace, if you are healthy, that means that the production will also go up.
Thank you very much for this question. Yes, so this was purely a book to guide people in adopting a healthy diet and deciding for them what a healthy diet is based on fresh, real foods and not the ultra-processed junk that you see so widespread across the world. But your point is very valid. Of course, we try to evoke also a healthier lifestyle overall, because just changing your diet it is very important if you feel like you need to do so because you want to experience better health, but it's a whole lifestyle package. So it also relates to mental health, what you just mentioned, and physical activity, whatever you choose to do. It's the same thing with diet. You choose a particular physical activity that you feel is best for you and that you feel improves your health mentally and physically. So yeah, it's part and parcel of that.
Thank you. I will ask the panelists if they have something to contribute and ask questions. I will start with Ms. Ndolo.
Thank you. AAR. I'm quite interested in.
Once. I'm not sure whether that one is working.
Is it better? Okay. My interest is in the demographics in your office, understanding that. Am I just not holding it right? Is this now better? I'm interested in the demographics in your office. You've indicated that the average age is 32. Well, what's your oldest? Who is the oldest in terms of age, and how are the gender dynamics? That's the first one. And in terms of AI, because we've been talking about AI most of this morning, and I was really getting excited about it. And now I'm thinking, what's happening now with the issues around confidentiality and data management and the kids overhearing these conversations? How do we manage that and make sure that we create a balance?
I can answer that first. All right, I hope it's audible. Our demographics is the oldest right now is about to retire, but again, there are only 2 of them in that category. There are 3 above 50, and then the biggest population is 35 to 38. It is so fresh in my head because I was analyzing for a board report on Friday. The biggest population is between 34 and 38. And then we have the second largest population is below 35. And yes, and the oldest there are only 3 people above 50. 40s, people with around 40s are in the third, number 3. And they're about maybe 20% of the population. So yes, our age is young, 32 and below. That is why you see their needs vary. And AI, I actually raised the issue of data protection as one of the challenges we are experiencing right now. And we have picked it and are working very well with our risk and compliance team to just make sure that we address all the gaps that are there, even in the nature of the business that we are in right now. So yes, it's a big conversation right now, even with the penalties that happen. Remember, we are a medical firm, so we are also handling sensitive data, and that is why it is so top of the list for us. And every week, even now as I'm sitting there, I have planned a training tomorrow. There are refreshers. If it's not virtual, it's running on our intranet. It's running on our e-learning platform. Everywhere. There's just too much awareness. People are so aware right now that if you meet anyone on the corridors of the company, they'll tell you data protection penalties, 10 million. They even know how much you're charged for each, fines. So it is huge right now. We are checking on it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we allow Cherop and then Professor Cheboy, and then we round up with the responses.
Thank you very much. I think mine will just be maybe comments, probably just one question. I think I like the AAR organizational strategy in terms of supporting the employees' well-being, which is very critical to ensure that employees are really concentrating on their work. And when I look at the strategy, it's more of a blended because you have sessions where you're having physical meetings at a minimal level, but largely the remote work is being done from the remote workstations. But one of the strategies that I thought probably you need to include is to ensure continuous agility and adaptability when you have those monthly meetings or even weekly meetings is about wellness of the employees, where most of organizations have come up with packages to allow their employees to go for Rupa's Fitness Center for just to unwind, go for their gym, exercise, something like that. Because largely here, I see the wellness sessions are more of virtual. And so, yes, and again, thinking about also the people who promote the wellness during the sessions, apart from psychologists, I think from a HR perspective, it will also be necessary to have an industrial psychologist, and not just going through the psychiatrists and the counselors' way, because these are people who understand HR activities or things that affect the employees. And so moving forward to our nutrition, most of the employees, some of them, you can speak to their meal plans. There's so many employees who sit down from morning to evening. They don't even have time to, what can they do? What kind of a meal plan can they have? Speak to just various employees. Thank you.
Let's have Professor Cheboy first, and then Grace and Raymara, you'll be the last to speak after we get 2 comments from the plenary. Professor Cheboy.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to make a few comments relating to our context as an education institution. We moved to remote, we call it online meetings, since the COVID-19. And of course, we realized some savings as a result of the logistical issues. We used to be very heavy on paper. When you're in Senate, you produce documents that are needed to be approved. But nowadays, you just need to have the PDF versions beamed to the senators and they will see it. So those are benefits that we see practically in as far as this forced reality that came with COVID hit us. But now we are so deeply into it that we cannot go back. I remember our Vice Chancellor at some point said, we need to meet once or twice. Senator said, no way. How can we come to main campus? Who will carry us? And that is the same question that your employees were asking. Do you have a fare to bring us to main campus? So main campus has certainly become very far, but we used to go there every day. And those are the realities of having the alternative way of doing business. In teaching, in Kenya, the closure of physical activity happened on the 17th of March, 2020. And we took 4 months. We realized that COVID is not ending soon. We had to switch to emergency remote teaching and learning somewhere in June. And it brought in the issues of blended learning, such that now we do, for campuses that are not near in operation area, we now teach 30%. We now teach 30% face-to-face for those further places, and 70% we do online. But when you move with that, again, it has brought in new dynamics. What about the quantitative courses? What about the courses that require students to be brought up to speed? What about us, as now the faculty members? Are we really ready to do purely online? Because now it has to be matched with the maturity of the students versus the level of the content. And this is what we found out. For postgraduate, we don't have a problem. For masters and PhD, it's working perfectly well. The spare one, to make sure that their name is there, and then they do other businesses. we said, can you stop and check on your students, whether they are with you? Can you change the teaching methodology so that it is more engaging? So those are now the questions that come up and the realities that are there when you switch from one form of engagement to another. And then we lose the camaraderie. We've lost it. Because recently, we had to have a meeting in campus because of certain departmental activities. And you realize people are saying to each other, Happy New Year. and it is April. So you wonder, hey, how have you been? You see changes in people. People are now worried. What happened with you? You used to be bigger. Something changed. Is life mistreating you? You see? So we lack the camaraderie. We lack that, the team dynamics, the team fit that we used to have because we used to be part of each other's life. But with this reality now, we are not part of. We are so distant from us. And you would find that people will go through things that we may not really be aware. And I'll just give an example too. You'd find a faculty member, students would complain way later into the semester that they are not being taught. Then that is what wakes you up. Say, okay, what is happening with this fella? When you dig in, the reasons that are being an impediment to this faculty doing what they're supposed to do are so inherent that they should have been handled earlier. If the person was coming to school, we would have met another colleague, somebody would have picked an issue that is ongoing, and therefore we have little care between ourselves. And therefore, the lessons learned is whenever you find one of your faculty is behind the schedule, don't rush to reprimand. Bring them, first of all, to the office. Try to have a discussion. Then you can pick the issues at hand. So there are pros and cons with the remote teaching and also remote services. And with time, you realize that it is us who need to change because we shifted to a new dispensation without shifting ourselves. So the technology has forced us to go, but we are not going. We are still where we were in 2019. And therefore, the challenges are becoming bigger and bigger. Now, maybe just something that we can think about. How far can we go in terms of support? Because whenever somebody has a personal issue, something that is a challenge, they may move to the next step of substance abuse. So how far do we go in terms of support? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we can, before we get Grace and Raymara responding, can we have two? Okay, Dr. Kipsang, please. One more. Giving you the grace of having two. Not Grace, but the other Grace. Kipsang.
Yeah, so thank you so much for the presentations. This question goes to Prof. Raymara. What is your take on the use of supplements? You find that, for example, you see people use creatine monohydrate, naturally occurring creatine. So what is your take? Supplements.
Your check on use of supplements. Now, I think we are done with all the questions, and so let's have the responses. We begin with Raymara, and then Grace.
Thank you very much for this question, Dr. Stanley. I think the use of supplements has a role in human nutrition because, unfortunately, first of all, the soils have become so depleted in many areas in the world that, let's say, broccoli 20 years ago doesn't have the same amount of nutrients in there anymore as a broccoli today. So where you would normally get a sufficient amount of nutrients from that broccoli, you would have to eat, 5 broccolis a day. Nobody does that. So yes, I think supplements can be very useful. Also, when your body might not absorb the nutrients in the food, there can be all sorts of biomechanical processes happening in your body that diminishes the absorption. So even when you eat a particular food that has high nutrients, it might not be absorbed. And with supplements, they are delivered in a certain way that they are better absorbed and go into the bloodstream and provide your body with nutrients. But you have to be very specific and also be very mindful that, and that could be supplement abuse, where people think, oh, I just supplement, and forgetting the focus on food. So it shouldn't go into the other direction. Think, oh, I just supplement with A, B, C, and D, and then I don't have to care about my nutrition. No, it's a combination, but you have to be very strategic about it and finding out which supplements suit you, particularly when it comes to your preferred diet, but also your health and fitness goals that you want to achieve. So definitely there's use of it, but in a mindful manner and not as a substitute for food. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Grace. And then finally we'll have one word from the moderator.
All right. So this particular issue of employee well-being and remote working is one that is keeping myself and the entire management on their toes. It requires a lot of innovation. You have just seen the team I'm dealing with from the age of 25 all the way to 35. Those people have more questions than answers to you. When they meet you, they ask you 5 questions on those corridors, and they just soak in about their own interest, and how they are looking at life is a bit different. A 50-year-old and a 25-year-old is a bit different. So that said, we are continuously innovating. Just this, if I meet you next month, you'll be surprised there'll be new initiatives in place just to take care of these people because they come with ideas. She said about gym subscriptions. We tried gym subscriptions. In a population of about 200 people in our head office, only 5 people went to the gym because they told us, pay for me the gym at my house. You know, the one where I stay, I'm not going to come all the way to the gym. You know, that's a challenge which requires me to again become very innovative on how to go about it. So yes, it's an area that we cannot, as he has challenged us, is to keep thinking. I'm constantly on my toes. I'm awake because of that generation, and we are hiring more of the young ones. So you can imagine more challenges to deal with, but we are intentional about staying digital and supporting remote work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Grace. Finally, Dr. Gashen, and then we wind up.
Thank you. With this topic of employee and well-being, we have emerging and workplace issues, which if they are not taken care of, it can affect the health and the well-being of our members of staff. We have emerging workplace issues like the burnout and the mental health crisis, which I think is the most important thing. Mental health. Sometimes you find us walking and you think that we are right. Mental health really is an issue. The remote and hybrid work, which was introduced there, the one that you were talking about, is also one of the challenges that we have. Sometimes you feel that you are isolated when you are at home. You don't have that previous interacting with your co-workers. Sometimes you feel that you are overworked and you are alone at home. Generalization also, the shift from what we used to have previously. So we need the support of the organization, of the employer when it comes to our health, mental health. We must also look at the driven work and the flexibility demands of our employers. You talk a lot about AI and the job insecurities, which is also one of the employer checking whether when we are using this AI, what is the job security. Also, even the young ones, they think that when we have the AI, it will take their job away. And the other thing is about the diversity, equity and inclusion and belonging, which you did touch about that. So we thank you very much for the presentations. Thanks you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think we need to break for tea. Rimara, you wanted to say something?
Zipporah, may I ask you to come to the front, please? Closer. Don't be afraid. I won't bite. I would like to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present my culinary concoctions nutrition guide and to show my gratefulness to you. I would like to present you with a copy of my book. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Look at the camera. Camera, please face the camera. Okay, we can clap for them once again. Thank you so much, panelists. We can now break for tea. We were supposed to have gone for tea, and we should be beginning the other session. So kindly, let's take 10 minutes only. Only 10 minutes, then we are back. 10 minutes here, please. Please, just let's be patient a bit.
I'll just ask for your indulgence. There is something small we need to do before we go for tea so that we release one of our visitors because she has a flight to catch. So kindly, maybe Zipporah can tell us.
Zipporah, please.
Moi University will
Let's be patient, please. We can have our seats, please.
Moi University has been certified as a CHRP center. So the certificate we are going to present has been presented online, but then Madam Croatia, CHRP Croatia will be presenting. So give me a minute. Pamela is working on that. Thank you. Yeah, you can say so.
Thank you, Zipporah. As they prepare that, first of all, receive greetings from the examination body. So how we are structured is that in the long run, even though the Act came in 2012, the expectation is moving forward, anyone who becomes member of the Institute must have done the HR certification course. And we've simplified it in a way that we have level 1, CHRP 1, CHRP 2, and CHRP 3. And because we've just come into the industry, our curriculum is a competency-based curriculum, and we also have a diploma and a certificate. So today we are honored on behalf of the examination board that we have accredited Moi University to be a center of examination for CHRP. So now that actually not only expands your economy as an institution, but also brings together what we've discussed in terms of the professionalization of the HR. And at this point, Mr. Lwanga and Madam B, if you can join me. So how our board is structured, 4 of the board members, including the chair, is actually appointed by the institute through the council. So I want to give to Madam B, in terms of seniority, to present to the university. Thank you.
Dr. Chris.
Okay. All right.
We see. Yeah. Mr. Longa, you can come this way.
Let's congratulate them, please. Well done. Thank you very much. Thank you. Professor Cheboy receiving on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Kotut.
Thank you very much. And we are now presenting now to the head of department.
Okay.
The program is domiciled.
The Vice Chancellor presenting to the head of department.
Consequently, I hand over to the program leader, Dr. Kipsang.
Okay, let's keep on congratulating them. I hope we are not handing over again. Dr. Kipsang, whom are you handing over to again? Okay. Okay, let's go for tea. Let's go for tea, please.
Thank you very much.
Our time has reduced. We'll have 5 minutes only.
Thank you.
And then we'll be back. Thank you very much. Tea is served outside here. Just get outside and then you have tea. In the meantime, we want to thank our sponsors, Eldoas, Boresha, and KCB. Yeah, thank you very much. We appreciate our sponsors. We have Eldoas, Boresha, and Kenya Commercial Bank. I think they have some tables there. You can see them outside. Thank you, our sponsors, and we really appreciate. Okay, I think we are ready to begin. We are ready to begin. Our presenter is ready, Leonard Kibet. Kindly, let's get in, please. Yeah, let's get in, let's get in. Okay. CPA Leonard Kibet, you can take the podium, please. Our moderator will be Professor Bonuke. Thank you, Professor Bonuke. You can sit here. We have Professor Tarus. Okay. Dr. Joel Tuwei, CPA, please. We have CPA Dr. Naomi Koske, kindly. And we have Professor Norman. So I think we are ready to go. We are ready to begin. I want to hand over to Professor Bonuke to please moderate the session. Kibet, please, you can ensure everything is ready. Professor Bonuke, please.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kentago. Good afternoon once more again. I want to welcome you to this 50th session on the cases from the industry and more specifically finance cases. My name, as you have been told, I'm Professor Ronald Bonuke. I'll be serving you as your moderator for this session. You'll be hearing a presentation from CPA Ronald Kibet. Ronald Kibet works with the Kenya as an auditor, and but before I want to appreciate the panelists, Professor Jiria, and then CPA Dr. I've not seen Professor Daniel Tarus, but he's well represented here. I appreciate you for coming, and it is your time.
Thank you so much, moderator, and all the fraternity, and also the CHRP fraternity. Good evening.
We'll have 20 minutes presentation, and then the rest will be for panelists, and then we also engage. Thank you very much.
So good evening once again. Thank you for inviting me. It is such a pleasure for me to be here today to really have a discussion and also bring the internal audit and also the accounting aspect of it. Maybe to begin with, as you've seen highlighted there, and as mentioned earlier on, my name is CPA. I'm a certified public accountant, and I'm also a certified internal auditor, and I work at Kenya Seed Company Limited as a group internal auditor. So it would be really good that I bring in the industry experience, and I also bring in the professional aspect of it on board. Thank you so much. I think now I'm loud enough. If you'll allow me just to speak about the two institutes. The first one is the Institute of Certified Public Accountant, and This is an institute that brings all who've done the exam and they have gone up to the final part, they are safe, and they are required fraternity. As we speak, we have 9 branches across the entire country, and North Rift happens to be one of them, and that is where I'm currently the chairman. So I'm the chairman of ISPAC North Rift branch, and moderator and all the participants, I want to give you an assurance that this process was through our process, and I can see but me to be able to become the gauge and share the industry professionals. This time we call them the internal auditors across the entire country, where I happen also to be a board member. What happens in a power company. And I'm here also today to be happy to say that even the HR practitioners, the CHRP, should also be auditors, so that you can be able to help us audit the HR function and be able to really bring on board that what is required. So those are it, and I know many of you qualify to be certified internal auditors, because you only need to ensure that you become a member of the institute. An exam, and this is an exam that sits in 3 parts. We have CIA part 1, part 2, and part 3. So that is what would really come in place. So I bring in those 3 experience for purposes of our discussion. But today we would want to now delve and ask ourselves, where do the 3 in the accounting aspect, and also ensure that we capture it as far as our human resource aspect. And from where we sit, whether you are an accountant or you are an auditor, we would always want to get the value for your the functions of the human resource. And I know the industry practice has always said that we would want to have 30 to 70% ratio. And the experts are here, where we say the 70% should be on the technical part of the company. And I would give you the issue as far as Kenya Seed is concerned, because Kenya Seed ideally is an agricultural company. So we would require that for the company to thrive, then the 70% out of it should be those who are technically capable of carrying out the research in the field. While maybe the rest, me included, would form the 30%. So this is part or a portion of what we say when we begin to audit and ensure that we account for the human resource aspect, because it should be able to give value on the same. 2, also, the same way we do with our audit function, we would want to ensure that we are adequately resourced. And what are the metrics that we would use to ensure that a company is adequately resourced, so that we may be able to account and give value for the citizen and also for the entire population? So one of the metrics that we would always consider is maybe the number of departments that we have. And if you are looking at the university, it could be the intake that one would be able to have so that we can be able to ensure that it is adequately and properly resourced. Another aspect, because I come from the commercial aspect, although it is a state commercial, we would also look at the turnover and say, if, for example, in Kenya Seed, we make a turnover of around 7 billion, then that should inform us to ensure that what would be the adequate resource that we have for the company. Earlier on, when I was looking at the newspapers, I think we had this issue of the universal health coverage, and there was a discussion of the coast workers. It doesn't only stop there. I think it has been a discussion that runs across the country, where we are saying that we have so many coast workers, and the only way out of it is to do the head count. So we count the heads to ensure that we know how many people. Suppose we would look at the output and ask ourselves, if we are having a population of staff of 1,000, just for example, what would we require as an output? Which brings us to what we call the metrics that would be used to measure performance. I know it is a new field, and those who are in HR, and of course, I'm also part of those that are called upon to ensure that we come up with a way of measuring the performance. I know earlier on, we've had the balanced scorecard that has grown over time, that has given an input of exactly what we would require to ensure that we measure the performance metrics. So what I really wanted us to discuss is the strategic integration of human innovation and internal audit. Not only internal audit, but we also want to look at the accounting aspect, because I would want to bring the two so that we have them meet in one place. Now, these are the current changes that are happening across the HR practice, and I'm happy that I sat here through the entire afternoon, and this is what we appreciated as a part of our discussion. The rapid technological changes, and the AI has been spoken about so many times. So where do we bring in our financial and maybe the accounting knowledge, and also the economic uncertainty that we could be able to, I think it has gone off. Let me see whether I can continue with mine as we bring on board. So as we look for the charger, we can continue with what I have here, and then we can just be able to catch up. So the next one is economic uncertainties. I think it is cutting across. You remember when Donald Trump took over and he made an announcement about the US aid and other aids that were supposed to be benefited in the country, and that brought a complete change and really affected of our human resource and also the number of employees that we have. The other one is climate change impact, and this would mainly affect the agricultural companies. Kenya Seed is one of them, and also you recall what has happened with the sugar companies that have already been outsourced and given to private companies. Those face challenges when it comes to climate that really affects how the human resource aspect continues to be handled. And lastly, governance and accountability demands. For those of us who are in this public sector space, we all know what the government demands of us. The Kenya Kwanza government, the Office of Hopes, requires so much. I know in the audits and the accounting space, we've had a number of discussion and even talking about what we call the zero-fault audit. Those are ensures that in the subsequent audits that we do not want to raise any audit queries, which of course is neither here nor there, but there is a lot of discussion on how to be able to ensure that the human resource achieve its functions, cutting across all the departments that we could be able to have. So what would we have as an HR innovations? What would come as an HR innovations that would ensure that we are able to cover up for those challenges that we've talked about? Thank you so much. So the HR innovations that we would have, of course, we have the agile workforce models that would be very critical to ensure that we are able to achieve much going forward. We have the digital transformation, and so much talked about the AI. But as we also go about the AI, we will know that it has its own challenges. It may not be able to really give us, it gives us generic answers or generic solutions that cut across. But if we want to look at a specific area, would AIs or the generative AIs, we would be able to ensure that they are adaptable to a specific area that we require. Employee engagement strategies, and earlier on, there was so much talked about working from home, what COVID did to us, but we realize that we will still need to have one-on-one engagement so that I'll be able to really engage. You know, in the end, we are humans, and we will really need to move and engage. That is why what has been on the stake nowadays is the mental awareness. And I think last month was, if we do not get to meet, if all that we do is to ensure that we work off-site, then we will not be able to address some of the challenges that, of course, lifelong learning and development. I think this is one of the mantras of the ISO audits, that we say we need to have continuous development as we proceed. So those are the innovations that we would really want to ensure that we have on board. When there's accounting, and remember, internal audit as a nation in itself processes to ensure that they add value. And one of the things that come out when we do internal audit is the first one there, that we want to do what is called risk-based assurance. This is also very critical when we look whenever we do an audit, and of course one of them is auditing the human resource. We would want to look at how risk handled by the human resource aspect. This risk profile low to high, that a certain aspect of a lot of energy to ensure that it is adequately looked into. And for those of us who do the recruitments, and we all be able to do, I think one of the things that we always say is, in as much as we look at the competence and everything, I think integrity and attitude the highest. If you bring in somebody, if he misses integrity, he is almost losing everything. But even if the competence is not there, this is something that can be brought on board. So integrity ranks as one of those core principles that any lack of it would give us an indication have very risk with that particular human resource aspect. The other one is governance oversight. And what we have nowadays, and I'm sure maybe seated here, we have so many people who are board members. I'm also one of a board member in a school, and also earlier on I had mentioned being a board member of the institute, and also maybe committees, maybe also the risk maybe it needs to be done, and I'm happy we have so many scholars here, as to whether we really achieve the maximum and then on top of the board, we are having another overseer. We are so many overseeing bodies across the entire country that we would need to really look at it and say, is this of it? We'll also need to evaluate the controls, because across, we would, from where I sit, it's a situation where we are also controlling the human, is one aspect of it, because that is where I really work, is that we've been safeguarding the resources of the company. Either we are dealing with petty cash, even with physical assets in the recruitment process. Who determine so much of the success of a company, and mainly research or through experience. If something is to be done through collusion, you would be sure that an auditor, you will not be able to discover any of those. You'd also ensure that you capacity build the internal auditor so that able to achieve the objectives that are required. I'll give you an example of a scenario that has always been taught in a number of these schools as far as the audit is concerned. Of an employee work with wheelbarrow every evening. He would be carrying a wheelbarrow, and he will be carrying some sawdust in that wheelbarrow. And when he reaches the gathering, so can you pour all the sawdust down so that I can check what is hidden inside this sawdust? He would check, and there would be nothing. So he walks away. He does that for a whole week consecutively. And every time they check, there was nothing that he was carrying in that sawdust. What could he have been stealing? The wheelbarrow. It is the wheelbarrow that he was stealing all along. But now, whoever was doing the checking at the was not fully capacitated to know what he needs to look at. So for him, he would be checking what is within the sawdust that is being carried. And 7 wheelbarrows disappeared in a span of 1 week. So those are the things that we would want to look as far as our so that we bring on board. Advisory on strategy and ethics, and I think we've mentioned so much about the ethics, and it's very critical aspect to ensure that it rules and across the board. Strategic integration. It would be necessary that we align audit focus with HR innovation initiatives, the HR innovation, so that the two taking the other one and we lose. So the two should be able to ensure that as we innovate in our HR, we focus. Collaborating on workforce risk management. And I'm an advocate of risk nowadays. And the reason why we need to do a lot of risk management is because just as the economics tell us, we have very few resources chasing too much demands. So we would want to put our money where there is so much risk. So we will need to do an evaluation of risk, and anytime we realize that a place is ranking high on risk, that is where we would be able to subject a lot of resources and a lot of assurance to ensure that it achieves its objectives. Using audit insights to shape HR policy. Over a duration of time, in any organization, in any estimate, the audits that have been done can be able to really shape what we require as far as the audit perspective is concerned. So we would be able to use them so that we shape what happens going forward. What happens after we've achieved all this, and what would be the workforce resilience outcome? Of course, number one, we have what is called enhanced adaptability. We would be able to be very adaptable and very agile, because the world we live in nowadays changes day and night. We wake up today and something has happened. And I'll also give you an indication as far as Kenya Seed is concerned. We are added to the world of GMOs, genetically modified foods. That would really change our thinking, because that would disrupt our operation. It is one of those disruptors that entirely change how we think. Because as we speak, our model has not been geared towards looking at the GMOs. And the way the world is, that is something that could be coming up anytime. It's just a matter of time. And so we need to be very agile and very adaptable to ensure that we are meeting the core concern. And I'm sure the COVID also disrupted so many things. Even the universities, even in our meetings, it has really shown us that there is a new world outside there that we can be able to work with and survive on its own. Increase accountability, and that is a very key aspect of it. We demand accountability everywhere from the government. I know it's so easy to demand it from the government, but at some point it is also good to demand it from ourselves and say we need to be accountable for the resources that are given to us or that are allocated to us. And this is a result of trying to match this auditing, accounting, and also HR. Absolutely, we come up with what we call increased accountability. I'm told my 20 minutes are almost getting over. Data-driven HR decisions. We don't want to make decisions from nowhere. We would want to ensure that there is a lot of data analysis that gives us an okay, that gives us an informed decision in what we make and what we do, and improved well-being and productivity. Sustainable Development Link, I'll maybe just read through that. That is supports of SDG 8, 9, and 16, promote institutional effectiveness, and build inclusive growth. Conclusion, strategy, synergy between HR innovation, internal audit, and also I would put accounting is essential for a resilient, sustainable institution. Thank you so much.
Let's give him thank you, CPA Ronald, for that wonderful presentation. We have been able to learn a lot, and we have noted that HR plays an important role in auditing. We didn't know that. That's a lot, and you don't need to be an expert in accounting to be an auditor. You can be an auditor from different fields, and more specifically from HR perspective. And we have also noted that also auditing plays an important role in shaping the human resource strategies. I have one question I want to ask before I invite the panelists. I wanted the role of AI in auditing, again in relation to human resource management. What can you comment on that?
Okay, colleagues. Okay, colleagues. I nearly danced, so no problem. Okay, colleagues. There's no more. Okay, colleagues, I think my voice is loud enough. I think let's give end to the team and our presenter, and let's give a big hand, colleagues. Thank you. I think we have now reached the end of our day one. So what we could say is that let's clap hands for ourselves. We have reached it. That is a big achievement. And what we should do now, the day is not yet end. We are supposed to continue. You know what we should do? How do we continue? Networking. We have to network, special networking, whatever networking, but is what? Networking, so that tomorrow morning when we wake up, we are fresh. Colleagues, tomorrow we are going to start early. As usual, what we are going to start with registration. Just 15 minutes, 8 to 15, there will be registration. So for those who are actually coming for tomorrow's session, but majority of us, we have already registered. And thereafter, our session starts promptly at 8:15. And then we continue. The master of ceremony that time will take over. So for today, guys, I would like to say thank you very much. Asante sana. I think it's done. Thank you.
Okay, let's clap for ourselves, please. Thank you, panelist, Professor Bonuke and your group. Can we clap for them once again?
No.
Okay, see you tomorrow. Thank you very much for coming. So, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Can we? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. We can all rise, please, as we request one of us to pray. Professor. Oh, okay, Cherop. Okay.
Let us pray in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Thank you, Lord, for this good evening that you have given us. We really come before you with thanksgiving in our hearts. Thank you for the proceedings of today. Thank you for the meals. Thank you for the presenters. Thank you for the moderators. Thank you for the administration and everyone who has participated in the conference today. We bless you and we give you glory and honor. As we leave this room now, be with us until tomorrow when we reunite again. I pray and believe in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your evening.
Yes.
It takes courage to embrace your extraordinary.
Hrmic Hero, the new performance tense.
Hii TV yao si. Hii net yao si. Hai imetuweza. Sisi ndio bosi yangu.